Brilliant. Welcome. It's so great to see all of your faces again. As I mentioned earlier, hoping that March 4th we'll be in a position where we can get together in person. Hopefully not get kicked out of the room that we were in last time we were in person together, because that was not fun. Anyway, thank you again for being here. Thanks to commissioners, each one of you, as well as to the state board team and to the THEC team. This time, Nathan, am I calling on Glenn to do roll call, or are you able to do roll call?
Oh, I can do roll call. It's fine.
All right, then I will call on Mr. Nathan James with the State Board of Education to call roll to establish a quorum, please.
Sure. Commissioner Gresham is here, whether her mic is working or not. Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Swift. Is Glenn with us?
He is not yet.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones.
I am here.
Commissioner Robert Christopher Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Dixon.
Present.
Vice Chairman Vaughn. Commissioner Rothermel.
That's
Here.
surely people are talking.
And did I hear Marie?
I am here.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay, I know. I feel like I could go home now.
And Madam Chair Scarlett, you have.
I'm also present.
And Glenn's here now too.
Oh, yay. Hey, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn. Hey. You definitely have a quorum. Excellent.
Thank you all very much. We have a quorum, so we are duly convened. I'm going to call on Nathan James again to read our statement of necessity for having electronic meeting.
Absolutely. It is one of several different things I've got up here. So, all right, very good. This is a letter to Robert Green, the Director of Publications for the Office of the Secretary of State. Pursuant to Public Chapter 792 of 2020, the Tennessee Commission on Education, Recovery, and Innovation, by and through the State Board of Education hereby submits this letter as its determination of necessity for its meeting held via teleconference at 9 a.m. Because the members of the commission reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for purposes of this meeting. And as such, via teleconference and electronic means to review and continue its work as prescribed by the statement of necessity for the teleconference meeting was made during the meeting by Nathan James, with the following members present, et cetera, et cetera. And with that, Madam Chairman, we are legal.
Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate it. Pursuant to our commission meetings policy, the recording of the last meeting will serve as the minutes thereof. And y'all, we have been on such a great traveled road over the past year and a half. I find it amazing that we've been together for such a great amount of time, and we have 6 months left in our commission. Although I know we will continue engaging moving forward. Now I just want to reflect a little bit on the past year and a half. Besides the fact all of us being convened for the first time, we also published a report that looked at education, the effects that COVID and other natural disasters had on education. We produced a appendix to the report, a very robust appendix to that report. We've also published a second report, a revitalization, transforming education in Tennessee, which identified 9 priorities and 60 recommendations. Y'all, this is a lot of great work. And we all recognize we have read hundreds and hundreds of pages of research and information. We've interviewed almost 24 experts, and we're going to continue going down that pathway this year, this next 6 months. Vice Chair Vaughn, who is not with us today, unfortunately, but he and I and Nathan James spent a lot of time over the past few months since we published our second report, meeting with or sharing the ease of use document. We didn't do much time sharing the 100-page full report or the 50-page appendix that went along with it, but we focused really mostly on the ease of use document. The three of us met with Speaker Sexton, Lieutenant Governor McNally, as well as Governor Lee, and shared with them the ease of use and walked them through not all 60 recommendations. I promise you, we spent probably half an hour with each of them on average, but walked them through some of the highlighted recommendations that we pulled through, just to kind of give some contextual information on each of the priorities. We, Vice Chair Vaughn, Commissioner Dr. Yolanda Jones, and myself also presented the second report, ease of use document, to the House Education Committee and the Senate Education Committee. Many of you were present or watched, and I cannot tell you how grateful we are that you all were able to do that. Not only did it help us as a team feel kind of a lot more supported, but certainly seeing you and hearing from you as the legislators were listening to what was going on, I think was very important for them to see a coordinated effort from all of us. Since that time, there have been 7 proposed bills that align to the ERIC recommendations. Nathan will be walking us through the recommendations and where those standings are right now and what that legislative update is. Right now, we're in the home stretch of our commission. We were set up to work through June 30th of 2022. Today, we're going to begin our conversation about metrics. I shared this with Glenn and I think some others. Like, I feel we've worked a little bit backwards on this. We probably should have focused on metrics first and then recommendations second. But that's not where we were when we first started talking about this a year ago. We are there now. We've set out some really great recommendations. We want to make sure that our previous recommendations align to the metrics that we're going to put out and discuss. If not, we can certainly improve our recommendations to align to those proposed metrics, but I don't expect they'll be adding additional topics at this point. We do want to make sure that we hold the line on expectations and the priorities that we have laid out. I think that becomes really important. This commission is dedicated to accelerating learning and modernizing the Tennessee education system, kindergarten through to career. We are pushing Tennessee to think different on many levels. For example, 2 examples that popped up recently. Today, we think that time in seats, so 180 days out of a year, is more important than kids understanding the class content. And in our conversations, we've chosen to provide recommendations that help districts think differently about that, and also post-secondary. Today, students follow a one-size-fits-all model, but the data and the students will tell you that's not working. And that's a lot of the recommendations that we put forward last year. We are tasked with recommending strategies to modernize the Tennessee education system, and that change comes with pushback because change is hard. Yet there's one constant, as we all know, change is inevitable. Those truly focused on long-term future for students, as everyone on this commission is, and Tennessee will have the courage to make the changes necessary to modernize our education system, kindergarten through to career. This is the time for Tennessee to set high expectations. So as we think about metrics, I think it's important for us to think about where do we want to be. We're not talking about where we want to be next year, but where do we want to be by 2030, just as an example. Our students will meet those expectations. I promise you that. It's happened before in our history, in our recent history, it's happened before. The students will meet our expectations. As a commission, we continue to value learning from experts. And today, we get to continue that learning journey as we further fine-tune the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission recommendations and prepare for our final report. And it will not be quite as challenging as our first report. The expectation is that we will have a very simple, action-oriented, focused report coming out June 30th this year. I don't think any one of us are interested in looking at another 120 pages, appendix, full report, and ease of use document. So I think we can be as crystal clear as we choose to be as a commission. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Jennifer Scheiss to help walk us through the goals, agenda, and looking at the third year overview.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chair Scarlett. Excited to be here with you all today to kick off our year 3 work. I will quickly review our goals and agenda today before providing some context on the planned arc of the work over the next several months, just so you have an idea of where we're headed. So our day to day is broken up into three primary blocks. We'll start with some updates on the legislative session, primarily related to bills that are related to recommendations from your year 2 work. We then have three guest speakers, or three sets of guest speakers coming to talk to you today. Payman Rahonafard from Propel America to talk about his work related to the Jobs First higher education model. Adriana Harrington and Sarah Bishop-Root from Excel and Ed to talk about their work related to state policies to build a skilled and educated workforce. And finally, Dr. Kimberly Estep, Casey Thorne, and Darren Haas to talk about their work at Western Governors University. We hope that each of these speakers provides either some validation or some inspiration for the work that the commission is doing. We'll take a short 20-minute screen break for lunch and then launch into an afternoon of discussion. And move on to the next slide, please, Paul. Thank you. So just a quick recap of where we've been. This is the cadence from last year's work. Between May and December, we alternated between 5 meetings focused on discussion and accessing external expertise from guest speakers and stakeholders, and independent work periods in between where you all read a lot of things that we shared with you and that you shared with one another and talked to us in one-on-one conversations about your thinking. All of that work culminated in the year 2 report that Chair Scarlett referenced and all of the associated materials that went with that. Next slide, please. So structurally, we're imagining that year 3 looks fairly similar, but compressed into a shorter time frame and with less volume. So we will continue to alternate between meetings focused on gathering expertise and having discussions as a whole group with some independent study in between. And similarly, we will culminate in a year 3 final report, which will mark the end of the official work for this commission. A couple things that I would highlight about the next 5 months. We have a short list of topics that we're planning to explore that we discussed with this group at the end of year 2. So we are not trying to cram what was 9 months of work last year into 5 months, so don't be concerned about that. We will talk more about the structure of the year 3 report next time we meet, but as Chair Scarlett alluded to, I would expect it to be much more streamlined than our year 2 work. But in order to have that report ready to finally adopt at our final scheduled meeting, we'll need to substantively finish our discussion and decision making by the end of our April meeting. Obviously, we can continue to fine tune after that point, but we'll be doing the bulk of our conversation and deep exploration in these first couple of meetings. And after that, we'll enter a drafting and feedback process similar to what we did last year. One other thing I'll point out is you'll see on here that we are working to set up a site visit. There was a lot of interest last year among the commissioners in engaging with students and others in the field. But last year, between kind of our already packed agenda and COVID, it wasn't practical for us to do that in year 2. So our team is working to set something up for the spring. We're focused on high school and early post-secondary, where you'll have the option to come together to visit a couple of campuses and engage with students and local leaders. As soon as we have a sense of the date and location, we will let you know. That will be an optional site visit, but we're still trying to figure it out as we're navigating spring breaks, testing dates, and trying to ensure that you all have a great experience with the least disruption to the students and staff who are going to give us their time. So stay tuned on that. We'll be in touch as soon as we can. The last thing that I'll note, and it leads into our next agenda item, is that unlike last year's work, the legislature is in session and they're working on your recommendations. So the policy context is shifting in real time while we're working. We will be tracking legislation related to the recommendations and the work along the way so that you're both aware of progress and that we have the most up-to-date information to inform your discussions. And with that, if there aren't any questions, I will turn it over to, I think, Nathan to offer the legislative update.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go through 4 bills, and then Lou's going to go through a couple as well. Just to bring everyone up to speed, when we met with, as soon as basically everything was adopted and we had the ease of use document, we started setting up meetings with legislators In that same 24 to 48 hour period, we sought a meeting with the governor. That, however, didn't take place until a little bit later. But so that involved, a trip to Bristol to meet with the education chair, Chairman Scarlett, Vice Chairman Vaughn, myself met with the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Lieutenant Governor to go over some items, and also with the House education chairs. There was an invitation to meet with all of them at once, and we went over a number of them, and the results of that in terms of co-sponsorship and things were fairly extraordinary. So when you take a look at some of our bills, you'll see a lot of co-sponsors on there. Now, getting sponsorship on the front end is one thing. Getting 17 senators and 50 House members to agree to it on the other is something else. Let me also say this. When we met with legal services, and it was at the request of the legislature, right? We didn't come with bills done. We came with the recommendations that you all voted on. And so basically the House and Senate members that we met with, started kind of picking things out that they wanted to do. And then the next day, some of our staff and House and Senate staff, research analysts from both the standing committees in both houses, as well as legal services folks, we all met together. And one of the things that you have to remember is that the language of the individual bills is taking 2 or 3 sentences worth of a recommendation and attempting to translate that into what the law would look like. So that's going to set up processes whereby the stakeholders and so on will come together with their concerns, and hopefully you come out with something that is close, at least, to what the commission had recommended on the front end. So I'm going to go through a few. Can I share screen? Or am I set up to share screen? Okay, there we go. That's that's great, beautiful. So let's take a look at this House Bill 2300 is certainly one of them. Kirk Haston he's a chairman of the instruction subcommittee, meets at 4:30 in the afternoon on Tuesdays, and it can go quite late. He's also a coordinated school health coordinator for Perry County. And so he works at Perry County High School on a day-to-day basis. And when we were in that meeting, when Tara and I were in the meeting with the House Ed chairs, we started talking about this kind of senioritis and the lack of work that happens in the senior year. Oh, and he just took off. He chimed right in and said, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Senioritis is a real thing. A lot of time gets wasted. And, one of the places that they run into problems is just seniors who know they have no reason to be there, that they've accomplished what they need to accomplish. And so you remember we've had discussions about the fiscal disincentive as well, right? That if a school district moves a student along and they graduate early, then the school district is itself turning its back on the funding that would have come with the student staying there. There was some conversation about that having been fixed with BEP 2.0, okay? And what BEP 2.0 said was basically that if you graduated the first semester of your senior year or sometime early in your senior year, then the school system would continue to get the money for the rest of that year. Did not contemplate at all the idea of leaving high school anytime before your senior year. So this first bill that Senator Hensley has and Representative Haston, along with co-sponsors, would fix that. Now I'm hopeful, and I think as we've talked about, we're still waiting to see what's proposed by the administration in terms of funding, right? And so it's possible that will get solved with the governor's budget, or with the governor's kind of BEP replacement legislation. But in the event that that's not there, then we do have that House Bill 2300. And so far, this has been assigned to committee, but I believe they're waiting to see what it is the administration is proposing before moving forward on that bill as a courtesy to the administration. Does that make sense? So, and by the way, this doesn't need to be a monologue. Anybody wants to chime in or ask questions, by all means, please do that. So, the next one is the literacy. I think we've got some of the wrong numbers up there. At least I've got the OREA report as Senate Bill 2664 by Senator White. And that one, which would have the OREA come in and verify the information about the Literacy Success Act and do an annual report on that, which was word for word one of your recommendations. That one is actually moving this next week. It's in subcommittee on the House side. It's in full committee in Senate Education on Wednesday afternoon. House Bill 1865 has taken a great deal of time. I'm not seeing that one up there either. Well, I'll go over House Bill 1863 first. You remember that we did make a recommendation to mirror what the BEP Review Committee had suggested on nurses and counselors. All of those recommendations in terms of nurses, counselors, and social workers have made it into legislation. They all have pretty large fiscal notes. And again, these bills, as standalone bills, I would wager they would probably pass the standing committees and then be held up in the Finance, Ways and Means Committee. But hope is springing eternal that the administration in their proposal that they'll make will take care of some of those things. I'm not saying that because I secretly know that to be the case. I do not. But, you know, I've heard, positive rumors, which I can't confirm about that. So in any event, it is certainly continuing to raise that call for action there. One that I've been watching as well is this House Bill 1865, which is not on your screen. And that's Cassida and Sapicki have that. It's been rolled 2 weeks, and it's the one that would create the equivalent to a CLEP test at the high school level. It would require LEAs to come up with final exams that students could take on the front end of their classwork. That has been flagged by the administration, where when the administration flags a bill, it means that they're opposed to it as it's written. I think there's questions in there about accountability as far as the systems go, and do you give the system credit when a student takes the class and passes it and it reflects well? And this is the kind of thing that's holding that up. If you give the system credit on the front end, which I'll tell you, as far as I'm concerned, with entirely agnostic, want to claim credit, don't want to claim credit, think it's good, think it's bad, whatever, fix it up just so that it doesn't have the system in the way of students and their progress, which I think, and you all slap my hand and tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm not getting your heart and mind on that pretty well, but that's where I kind of felt like you all have been. And so we had a meeting this last week with the sponsors and some of the stakeholder organizations. There's an interest in maybe paring that down to just courses which have an end of course exam. We'll have to see if that's what happens. I think some would be more comfortable if it was just one subject, but of course, then what happens if the more you limit it down, right, then the fewer students have the opportunity to avail themselves of showing that they're proficient in a particular area of their interest. And so I get that. And obviously right now the bill is written basically for every high school course would have to have this process. And if it's something like welding or, something where you obviously need the time, the clinical time, if it's a pre-nursing or, some high schools have programs like that, you don't want to just be able to clip out of that. However, if you're talking about English and social studies and math and those kinds of things, proficiency is something that is pretty doable. That's been rolled 2 weeks. Your Madam Chair and I are going to have visits with the sponsors, and I would tell you, if any of these things are of interest to you, look them up on the legislative website. Please call and let the legislators hear from you that these things are important, and that, although the commission is not a permanent fixture, you all are very interested in things that can remake, this process. So that's one that's up. Senate Bill 2369 is, you remember we had one of our recommendations involved having virtual drills. We said we wanted to have every school district in the state be proficient in doing that. In that same set of recommendations, we also said that the curricula that schools purchase and use going forward ought to have a remote learning aspect to it so that transition could be made easily. And also we said that EPPs, or education prep providers, ought to be making certain that new teachers come out ready to teach in either environment. So the bill that's there, and if it's not on, there will be an amendment that will add principles to that as well. Chairman Lumberg of the House Education Committee has got that, and I believe that'll be a little later in session. So those are the bills I've got, and then Lou's going to talk a little bit about our higher education package that's also been introduced.
Yeah, thank you for that, James. And I believe the two higher ed bills are on the next slide. And one of these is actually maybe even misappropriated, although it's not a bad bill. But this first bill by Representative Tim Hicks is actually not one of the actual ERIC recommendations, although we do have a recommendation around TCATs. The bill that will be moving on behalf of ERIC's recommendations is actually House Bill 1959, carried by David Wright, and it's really targeted at facilitating partnerships with LEAs and TCATs. I think that we talked it came up several times, this notion around a TCAT in every county, TCAT in every high school. This is certainly something at top of mind for many of the legislators as well as the administration. So much work has gone into the last year around elevating TCATs, infusing money for both instruction, facilities, but also coming at it from the other end, working with LEAs, putting money and equipment into the CTE facilities, whether it was through the governor's investment in vocational education, supporting post-secondary access in rural counties, otherwise known as SPARK. These two initiatives, plus another programmed infusion of as much as $200 to $250 million into the TCAT CTE space this year, will really help us leverage this legislation in the coming months. It does need a technical change. Right now, the language of the bill says for LEAs that they shall contract with TCATs. For those of you who might be lawyers, the technicality here is the difference between contract and partner. A partner is much more nebulous, but it's also, the point here is to get these two entities to start communicating and not give them the option to punt the ball. And so a little change there, and all of a sudden a $9 million cost goes away. So we'll be working with the sponsor on that in the coming weeks. It will be up in front of full education on Wednesday. So we're hoping to have language come Monday morning to fix that. The second bill is on your sheet here, and this is House Bill 2115, dual admissions. Currently, dual admissions came into the Tennessee statute in 2010 as a wholly unrealized effort in the final analysis. And what it was intended to do was encourage students who were enrolling at a 2-year institution to also simultaneously enroll in a 4-year institution if they thought that that was their pathway. This would enable some shared services around transcripts and admissions processes and so forth. I think in the end, it really just hasn't been leveraged very effectively. The effort was watered down a few years after original implementation to be tied to a geographic preference. Well, we know that, for a student to go to a 2-year school, localized attendance is very real. They don't want to travel to go to a community college, but that doesn't mean they're not going to ultimately transfer to an institution outside of their immediate region. This language in this bill does two things really: decouples that geographic preference, and encourages MOUs between community colleges and universities, irrespective of distance. And the second is to align these also with the Tennessee transfer pathways. We have 50 or so degree tracks right now that will enable a student entering a 2-year school to basically map out the entirety of their degree pathway through completion of a baccalaureate degree. And those transfer pathways are often irrespective of geography, irrespective of institution in specific. And so our dual admissions policies should align with that. It will also allow us, because THEC does control the transfer pathways, perhaps we can put a little finger on the scale here and get a more reasonable, maybe a more effective version of dual admissions for our students. That's, those are the two pieces of legislation. Certainly happy to kind of talk further as necessary that are moving right now. The bill on the sheet here from Representative Hicks is a placeholder bill. We had spent a great deal of time working with some folks out in Carter County. They have a pretty innovative solution to a dual enrollment problem, wherein they have 4 high schools, none of them with easy access to the local TCAT. So the county has decided to offer up a facility and then bus all 4 high schools to the centralized facility. This is what we want local communities to be thinking about. And this bill is designed to basically put a funding structure in place to resolve that. The administration, working with THEC, is coming with legislation to address dual enrollment and to kind of open up the volume of dual enrollment that a student is eligible to take with a TCAT. And so this bill in particular will probably not be necessary as long as that bill moves. So that's all I had, Nathan. Happy to, of course, address anything else as necessary.
Lou, I think what's important also for commissioners to realize is that you're seeing things that, this isn't a series of mistakes that's in front of you as far as the individual bills go. These recommendations are very relevant to what's going on in the General Assembly. Generally, there's not something in 1948 that is contrary to what we've recommended. It's a sort of thing I think that is positive. Now, Lou, doesn't the dual admissions also open up a whole pool of students for the reverse transfer and the ability to get that associate's on the way to the bachelor's?
It does, in the sense that you already, the one thing about dual admissions that we forget is, when a student locks in, dual admissions, they're automatically a part of the ERP, the Education Resource Program, which is the student data tracking, component of any higher ed institute. When you have those in sync, they're synchronized across both sectors. The student transfers prior to getting that associate degree, all of their information travels. And so that dual admissions agreement on the front end should account for that. And so again, going back to those shared services, a student, if they finish an associate degree while in pursuit of a bachelor's degree, would automatically kind of have those credits recognized through the portal, as you mentioned, Nathan. Good catch.
And so, the other side of it is, remember, Lou has everything higher ed. He is the legislature's most trusted resource on higher education policy. So he's got a ton of stuff there. He's also doing the talking points for the sponsors and so on to be ready so that they know what they're talking about when they present the higher education bills. And I'm doing the same thing on the K-12 bills. And both of our entities have obviously been in the news quite a bit on their own for everything else going on legislatively. And so just wanted to say, a big thank you to Lou, to the Higher Education Commission. The law has you all attached to the board. It's Lou's time that he spent with us has been a courtesy and an act of his passion to try to get these things as right as they can be. And so every chance I get to say a public thank you for, being in the trenches, I'm going to him. So.
Well, let me just validate that. And I'm seeing Marie clap, and I'm sure other people are clapping inside their brains too. I mean, the work that Lou, you have done for us, and Nathan, how you have supported us, like I'm just saying for myself, and I'd love to hear perspective of other commissioners. Like, you all have provided us so much grounding and understanding of how the system operates, works, what's currently in place, and what the opportunities are. And it continued to help us have certainly broader conversations, as well as all the experts that we've talked with. So super, super grateful for the legislature to connected us with the state board, but for the two of you to be a part of our team. So thank you very, very much. I would like to open it up to, I see more clapping, to questions and comments in regards to these legislative updates. So I open it up to that. I would also, while people are talking or thinking about asking questions, I really, really encourage you to call your legislators, whoever or anyone that you're connected with, in regards to any of the recommendations that we have in the report. I think it's really valuable for them to hear from you as commissioners. I'm also happy to come join you if you want to set up an in-person meeting. If you need advice and guidance on this, I suggest you contact Dolores because she understands it. And also, I'm sure Nathan and Lou would also be willing to have a conversation in person with you and whatever legislators you're interested in having a conversation with. But I do think that is really important. And it's one of the reasons that we set these recommendations up as a menu of options, not something that relied on other scenarios. So it's allowing legislators and anyone else for that matter to lean in on the issues that we believe and the recommendations that we believe are important. So I highly encourage you to do that. With that, I'll open it up for questions for Nathan and for Lou. Senator, we cannot hear you. Can someone unmute Dolores? No.
I don't know.
No,
Elizabeth,
yeah.
is it possible to unmute her or?
It's showing that she's unmuted. You know what? I bet she's got the same speaker problem I had earlier.
It's showing on my end that she is muted, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She was unmuted and then she muted herself again, so I'm not sure what's going on.
She could type into the chat if that's helpful.
Dolores, if you could type into the chat, that'd be beneficial.
Is there a phone
Yeah.
number she could call into? Now it's showing you unmuted, Senator. Maybe the mic isn't working.
I'm sure. I think it's a mic problem.
Madam Chair, this is Marie.
Yes.
I was wondering, I mean, these are great, and I do want to personally thank Nathan and Lou. In fact, I think that they're the foundation of this group, and we couldn't have done it without them, and certainly would not have been as successful. With that being stated, my question actually is a twofold question. How long does it typically take things to get through the process with legislative, events like this? And two, I guess this is more of a statement. I think it's very important that we measure the outcomes of this. And I know this is beyond this commission, but I think outcomes of these different, if they're put into effect, that the outcomes be measured.
So how long does it typically take varies wildly. You could potentially see something get passed in a month and get through the whole process. I think the thing to remember is that these didn't start out as perfect bills. They started out as concepts translated, by legislative attorneys, and to go out there and then have input, from that point in time. So I think it'll be an iterative process. Now, as far as testing out the efficacy, it's an interesting thing in higher education, because just to get the overall effect of a policy change on a cohort of students is a minimum 6 years. So you changed the law in 2022, right? In order to begin to see what's been effective on that, you look at 6 years down the road. And you look at 6 years down the road, by the way, because the whole world doesn't have 15 to finish, just saying, So the time for that 4-year degree being 6 years, that's become the standard in higher education. So it's on year 6, 7, 8, and 9. You can't really tell what a trend is without having 3 substantive years of data. But that information really doesn't, and Lou, you hop in if I'm telling something wrong, but that doesn't really come together until the 6th year of implementation. So from years 6 to 9 is when you would see kind of what those are. And sometimes it's a little harder even because it's not like the world stays identical. If we pass that law on dual admission this year, there's nothing in the world that stops 132 legislators from getting their buddies together and changing something else the next year. So it's a challenging thing. Now, for K-12, it can sometimes go even longer depending on the first year that policy goes into effect and how widely it's faithfully implemented. Because frankly, one of the problems in education law is that there is seldom the means of enforcing it, or at least consistently enforcing it. So the best you get is kind of the OREA folks that come in on the final end to see, is what they say happening, right? And also, can we make sure that it's this particular change that's making that happen? So, and they do performance audits it depends on what the government operations committee tells them, but it's every so many years, depending on what their schedule is. Lou, chime in and correct me if where I've missaid or not put enough meat on the bones there.
No, I think you've got it right. I mean, there are different kinds of bills. One, we could see a bill pass, this session, and we'll see an immediate impact in the next 6 months. If it's a mechanics implementation. If what we're trying to do is, gradually create a lane, for the aircraft carrier to turn on a dime, that's different. And a lot of what the ERIC recommendations have been built around is rethinking the pathways that we have traditionally thought. And so those things tend to take a little bit longer. I think the discussion this afternoon is going to be kind of the next layer of focus when you start shifting over to, well, what are the metrics we're looking at? Those metrics are not just how well are we progressing, it's also a measurement on the effectiveness of the changes that are coming through this legislation. So I think that most of these will be, kind of time tested. Some of these, I think the dual admissions, we could see benefits from that immediately just by facilitating those partnerships.
Yeah, thanks. I would hope that we have some surrogate measures, because I get exactly what Nathan talked about, 6 years. Then you just don't want one data point, right, Lou? You want some consecutive years and looking at it. And then you're right, the external and internal factors might change, and then you're dealing with a different animal. But I would hopefully like to see, and I know, again, this is beyond us, that these measures are not put in place and they're just lost out there without having some way of keeping people adherent to it, and measuring, are we hitting the mark or are we not? And do we need to reconfigure and tweak and all the other stuff, or not tweak?
Commissioner, yeah, I will tell you, welcome to the world of trying to make education law. That is, I mean, Senator Gresham is sitting there, and I wish her mic would work, because we had these conversations day after day after day for years about how do you make sure that what's on the paper is faithfully implemented, and then how do you go back and get that done. And it's a very difficult thing, especially at K-12. It is easier in higher ed, and it ain't easy, okay? But it's easier in higher ed. But with K-12, you have this, part of our republic, right, is all of this different kind of competing powers, right? The local school board's responsible for this, and the state board for that, and the department for that, and the legislature makes the law, creating all of it. And nobody's cool with an education police force, but that's about what you would need to actually make sure that everything got implemented. And the closest thing that I've seen is that you have in those grades in some countries is almost like an educational inspector general that goes through and does that. But that is not something we have in the States. So it's just a tough thing.
Commissioner Swift, I saw you raise your hand.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And Lou and Nathan, I'd also join the chime of the fine work you folks do on, to me, this is kind of like a supply chain question that we're all very familiar with today. How do the K through 12 deliver the students to the career and after career and education, college? What are you looking to get from us there? Lou, kind of that kind of question. So I'm encouraged with the bills you're putting together. How do we reduce that seam? There is a seam there between those two at that point. So I'm encouraged that these things we can do. We talked earlier about, looks like we're going to free up some time and declare that a student is technically got the requirements done in high school, and how do we treat that person in that senior year? Seems to me there's an opportunity. I know we'll talk more later about what they could do around interpersonal, around preparing for college or preparing for career. So I'm very encouraged by, I think that is our charter, is K through 12 all the way through to career. And that causes us to draw some new parallels there. So I'm encouraged.
I think that's definitely right, but I'll tell you this, it is far from a fait accompli to think that these things are passed. I mean, this isn't, these aren't proposals, from the executive branch, and they're not exactly proposals from the legislative branch. They're proposals from an independent commission that never has to be reelected, right? And so, that we have some strong bases in place to get these things done. But now I think what we're also going to see is that, that immovable object of, we've done it this way for 200 years, and we're all going to get very good firsthand lessons of what it takes to not just dream up or think up what innovation looks like, but also how do you how do you make it happen in terms of political reality? So.
And I know you deal with that every day. I don't. I have the benefit of being retired. So I look at the world as beautiful and question everything. And it just strikes me that, today there's a lot of people told me when I joined you guys that we're never going to do anything productive because we got a society out there that's holding us back. And I don't believe that. I believe that students do learn from adults and how adults behave, and it's not desirable in my mind today that that's happening. But I'm more optimistic, and I'll talk more this afternoon about the entrepreneurship world and what they're doing here in Knoxville with TCAPS, and it's really very exciting. Getting in touch with what students really want to do and enabling that. So whether the legislation passes or not, I think there's a lot we owe the citizens of Tennessee, that here's what we find in an unbiased, unpolitical environment. If you want to prepare our students for life, here are some steps we can take. So enough of my sermon. So, and then by the way, I was never a pastor or anything like that. I just have a lot of passion around what we're doing.
Thank you so
Glenn,
much, Glenn.
I would add that I am truly, truly excited, especially for K through 12 and higher education, that if these bills do pass, it will change the look of our industries as far as workforce development and preparation for this state as a whole. And it is very much needed. I hear from industries every day looking for a qualified workforce. And if these bills are passed, it will be one step further to meeting and giving our industries what they need, in which it will be a qualified workforce.
It's also a
Oh,
good time, Nathan, don't you think? Because there's funding available. That's pretty important.
Yeah, and I would say that the members of these committees, they need to hear from you. I mean, it's like, I have to explain, okay, these aren't state board of education bills. This, in as much as you attach this commission to us, and I'm the closest thing they have to a staff member, God bless our bellwether folks, but at least that the legislature sees on a routine basis. Here's the bill, make it as good and as strong as it can be. But they need to hear from you all, I think, soon.
Commissioner Scarlett,
yes, sir.
if I may, Lou mentioned, and I really appreciated the updates from Nathan and Lou, and I'll echo the others' comments about how valuable they've been to us. So thank you guys. Lou mentioned that there had been an innovative program, I think it was in Coffee County, where they were going to bus the kids to a central location. And it just occurred to me that although I realize that's innovative and I applaud the idea of trying to get more kids into TCAP programs, I think part of the problem we have in our country is a stigma that goes along with blue collar jobs. And if you're just thinking back to my own high school days, just a couple of years ago, the idea of getting on a bus and leaving my peers to go to another location, I think would reinforce that stigma that somehow that's not part of the education. It's something special. It's not really high school. And so although I totally, I know it's well-meaning, I think that those kind of programs actually may reinforce some of that stigma. And I would advocate for bills that would integrate the high school experience so that we're seeing the technical aspects, the TCAT type education as being on equal footing and celebrated just like our traditional subjects.
Just to kind of layer onto that, I think you've highlighted something that I know Dr. Jones probably lives and breathes this every minute of every day, which is changing this cultural perspective on pursuing a TCAT credential, pursuing something directly tied to, quote unquote, workforce and labor force. We've done a lot of work in that space. I think we've started to change that conversation somewhat in recent memory, certainly since 2013 with Tennessee Promise. One of the, and maybe I kind of mischaracterized that Carter County project. What we are encouraging localities to do in the interim until we can build up all of these facilities at the high schools they've decided to bring in the TCAT to a central facility and then bring students to basically the TCAT. But I would throw it to Dr. Jones for kind of a follow-up on that. But, you're definitely right. Trying to change that cultural perspective is a huge lift, and is so tied to a lot of the work we've done in recent memory.
And I would add that it is a balance. In higher education, it is not a competition. We need our universities, we need our community colleges, and we need our TCATs, because that is what our industries need for that training. For us, the difference for us is we are clock hour institutions. So students spend more time actually getting hands-on training, which is different from a credit hour. So for us, when we fill up just by design, how we grow is expanding our programs, and being able to expand those programs into the high schools is a perfect model where then you have a bigger footprint for training. Your question as far as every county does not have a TCAT. So for me, in my mind, if we can start these processes in our high schools, because every county has a high school requirement or a high school where the students actually go for education. So we are expanding our footprints by putting our programs directly into the high schools, which would eliminate that accessibility problem that some of the counties are now having with not having a TCAT in every county. We now have expanded our footprint so our training can be in every county without having the actual, just say, the four walls for the institutions. We're maximizing not only equipment that we are sharing, but we're eliminating a lot of the barriers for communities and students that are experiencing that need to have that vocational or technical training in their areas.
This is Glenn. If I could make a
Glenn, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule,
Okay.
and we have one of our guest speakers here, and I don't want to leave them on the line too long. We have so much to talk about here, and I think that we can certainly add this to a further conversation later today. I will close this topic off by saying, if you feel that these are important recommendations, please contact your legislators or other people that you know, set the meetings, call myself, call Nathan, call Lou, call any of the other partners on the commission, and go have some conversations. Dolores had a good recommendation, which I've now lost in here. Some organizations provide one-pagers expressing support for legislation. So one-pagers provide name, mission, and members of the board, then list legislation in question. And she's also suggesting that we call as well. So I just encourage you all to use your voice wisely, because your voice is on this commission for a reason. So thank you all very much. The strong conversation. Clearly, we have a lot more to go. I've asked Jen and Jennifer and team to provide us corrected bill numbers and information. Although, Jennifer, I think it might be also beneficial for us to continue monitoring those that were not part of our recommendations, but that could potentially provide value as well to our approach.
Yeah.
With that, I'll turn it over to you to provide the introduction to our first speaker.
Yeah. So I'm excited to introduce Payman Ruhanafard. He's the co-founder and CEO of Propel America, which works with students beginning in high school to move quickly into healthcare careers. Payman previously served as the superintendent of Camden, New Jersey from 2013 to 2018. And he started his education career in the classroom as a 6th grade teacher in West Harlem. Prior to moving into education, he worked in the financial sector as an investment banking analyst and a private equity associate. And he has gone through a heroic effort here this morning to get his video working. So I'm excited for him to share his thinking with you. Payman, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you all so much. And I reside in Boston, but it should be noted, I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee. So it's really terrific to be able to spend this late morning with you. I will be relatively brief in my comments, as I suspect we may just want to open up the discussion and address any questions y'all may have. My journey with Propel America is deeply informed by my own experiences in K-12 work. And most significantly, my time in Camden as superintendent, but also doing district level work in New York City in the Bloomberg administration and Newark, New Jersey, where just started to connect dots and sort of take that pattern recognition to think about what was happening with our students in life after high school. And in Camden, really proud of the progress that we oversaw inside the four walls of classrooms. We saw improved graduation rates, meaningfully better test scores. We decreased suspension rates, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, when we looked at the post-secondary outcomes of our graduates, there was this dawning realization that not only were those data points that I just shared with you not translating into a system of income mobility for our students, for many of them, if not a critical mass, we were actually making the situation worse. And what I mean by that is when you see your graduates from Camden, which is a city that faces significant challenges and really doesn't even have a working class, it's kind of deep concentrated poverty. When those students are stopping out of traditional higher education and entering the labor market with debt and little additional earning ability, you can argue you've actually made that situation worse for them. And we are really proud of the fact that there's a four-year college pennant hanging in every classroom and hallway in Camden, and that was not the case prior to our administration. And we believe we changed the college-going culture. And I don't have any regrets about that. But I today have a fundamental belief that we can't have a one-size-fits-all post-secondary educational plan, model, system for our students. And what Propel America aims to do as one small nonprofit in a very large, complex country, to create third-way solutions for our young people. And so when I say third way, the way we think about it at Propel is that currently, and the work we did in Camden specifically, we were asking students to essentially face what I now believe to be a false choice. You either forestall income and accrue debt in pursuit of a traditional degree, or you forestall education and mobility to go into entry-level work with low wages and limited opportunities for advancement. And a third way solution for us, we started this quixotic journey to figure out what does third way look like about 3 years ago, a little under 3 years ago. And for us now, it is a training program that allows a young person to be in a living wage job in under a year with no debt, and critically with college credits that can cleanly articulate into higher degrees if they so choose to pursue them. And so in essence, we're just creating a shorter and an affordable pathway to economic stability that doesn't ask young people to bear the enormous opportunity cost. Because I recognize that there are incredible state last dollar programs around the country. Certainly Tennessee is at or near the top of that list. And yet opportunity cost is really what we're talking about here. And so many young people who are enrolled in their local community college or four-year college, and they just need to go make money. That's a key reason they stop out. Certainly some of that is academic preparedness, but I would argue, and certainly the survey data conveys that the necessity to go find basic stability, applying Maslow's hierarchy of needs, something we learn as educators, that is sort of issue number one for young people. And so that's what we've been doing at Propel America. We have focused in on healthcare specifically because of the massive need. There are a lot of other training organizations that are doing this work in IT, and we felt we could insert ourselves into a more significant need within the healthcare system, as there's very little NGO presence there. 2.3 million new jobs coming online by 2030. I think we can all agree we appreciate the healthcare system coming out of the pandemic more than ever before, and we view this as an opportunity for young people to give back to one's country in a lot of ways, and with our elderly care needs over the next 10-15 years as a society, like there are just many different ways to think about service, the benefits of a living wage job, professionalism, and ultimately an opportunity that can become a springboard to lead a choice-filled life. So a lot more I could say, but let me just pause there and welcome any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanaford. There's one question in the chat. Could you list 5 general education courses you would consider essential to future success in any professional career?
5 general education courses. Wow. Well, I mean, I'm a staunch believer in interdisciplinary exposure and not overdoing math literacy at the expense of science, history, etc. So I don't want to give an overly precise answer. What I will say is that what I think is lacking inside of schools, and a core feature of our own model, is a high school course we've created that is about understanding your own aptitudes and strengths, connecting that to what your interests are. Third, understanding what opportunities in terms of employment are available in your local and regional economy, and building a career map. In essence, developing a sense of purpose. And there are some small doses of this sort of class or opportunity or curriculum at various high schools, and a lot of states have their college and career readiness requirements. They do some early career navigation in 8th grade, and then they do another dose of it, perhaps like 9th, 10th, or 11th grade. But it is not meaningful. It is rarely a zoom in on how do I connect, again, my aptitudes and interests to a sense of identity and purpose. And I really believe that's lacking, and it requires real intentionality. And I think much more about purpose today than I did before. But purpose alone cannot. I mean, it's sort of a necessary but insufficient condition. It needs to also be connected to what are the other viable options beyond traditional higher education. We know that exists. We know what a 4-year diploma and an associate's degree looks like, but what about the third way solutions so that they can take that sense of purpose and connect it to a diversity of offerings depending upon their interest levels? What do we look for in employer partners? Do you want me to jump to that, or I didn't mean to cut you
Go
off?
for it. Go for it.
So employer partners, we look for a critical mass of volume and hiring needs. Ideally, someone who can tell us they're committing at least 50 jobs. And for us, our students, we coach them through a training program. Our nonprofit focuses on the professional skills, the durable skills or soft skills, whatever you want to call them, so that they can get through the interview process and persist in the job with a plan for future higher educational attainment. And our employer partners simply commit to a certain number of vacant jobs that our students can apply for as soon as they're done with training. So 50 is not some magical number, but it's sort of an unofficial threshold that we look for when we bring them on. And we have a couple of national employer partners that we're working with right now in the healthcare space. And then our other employer partners are our regional healthcare delivery systems.
Just as a follow-up, if I may, and this is great, thank you for joining us. I noticed on your website, I think it said Massachusetts, New Jersey, Louisiana, but I didn't see Tennessee mentioned. Are you expanding into Tennessee? Is that true?
We have had some very encouraging and inspiring conversations. Chair Scarlett was in one of them, and we look forward to continuing those conversations. We're at a place right now where we are transitioning out of pilot and learning mode. We were piloting a number of different industry verticals, advanced manufacturing, IT, skilled trades, and we've since made some pretty big decisions to essentially create focus and simplicity so that we can systematize and scale the model. So we're still in the middle of that transition. So I say a lot to say, like, jumping into a new geography would be challenging for us, but building a runway so that we can ultimately work in Tennessee is of real interest, and those are active conversations we're having right now.
If you would like help with that with HCA, let me know, and I'd really appreciate the opportunity to facilitate that.
I really appreciate you offering that. I would love to follow up with you.
What other questions do we have? Well, I will ask you one. You mentioned earlier college and career readiness. The Department of Education has a college and career readiness benchmark, which we have evaluated in some of our data assessments. And as I remember it, the definition is something along the lines of 4 years and a summer of in-seat time and a 21 on the ACT, which is required to graduate in Tennessee. But you mentioned it and you talked a little bit about interests and aptitudes. Some schools across Tennessee use a program called U-Science, which is an assessment that looks at aptitudes and interests. But how would you define it? Like, what would be what would be a better way of defining whether students are college and career ready?
Yeah, I'm not one that puts too many eggs in any one basket. We actually use U-Science at Propel, and so I like U-Science because it connects aptitudes to interests, as opposed to just interests alone, which can oftentimes lead young people astray who don't understand the other opportunities that are before them. I go back to, we need to valorize non-traditional pathways. I mean, we can spend a lot of time and energy on what does career readiness look like, and how do we carry academic preparedness with sort of the other skills they need, the professional skills. But I really believe the bigger issue right now is that we've stigmatized non-traditional pathways. And I think as policymakers, there's so much you all can be doing, whether it's higher ed, rethinking the way it's designed. And one of the most significant challenges right now is if you're going from a workforce credential to an associate's degree to a bachelor's degree, you're navigating 3 disparate institutions and bearing enormous transaction costs and actual costs. And so how do you create a more cohesive, integrated experience for young people so that those credits transfer and that the system is accessible, and so on and so forth? Employers haven't historically done a great deal, I would argue, and I say this as somebody who's worked in the private sector and is working with employer partners who are doing incredible work, but entry-level hiring for middle skill jobs is really hard. And building in career ladders is something most employers don't do because it costs a little money up front. I would argue it comes with benefits down the road because you have higher employee satisfaction and lower retention related costs. And then you've got the role of high schools to destigmatize these pathways and to valorize them, and so like each of those camps has a very critical role. The solutions are pretty nuanced and complicated, but hardly impossible to overcome.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how Propel helps students map short and long-term career planning? And how do you typically, in other states, how do you typically get engaged with the students? And what does that process look like?
Yeah, so when we first started, we were exclusively recruiting high school seniors. So the course that we've created is second semester senior year. And that is certainly not when you should begin doing career navigation with a young person. The reason we did that was because it was essentially a safety net, given we felt so many students were falling through the cracks and hadn't had an experience like that. Ideally, that starts a lot earlier. As early as 7th or 8th grade, as you all know better than most. And so, by the way, we are very happy to share our full curriculum. All of our high school partners, we provide it to them. It's a proprietary curriculum. We provide it to them free of charge, and we provide technical assistance on top of it. We have since shifted, and we now recruit up to 24-year-olds. And so a lot of our students started at a local community college or working in a retail or service job. And so some of them had that full course. Most of them have not. And they get sort of a micro dose of that once they begin training with us. So we don't view that course as critical to being successful ultimately. But it is a a gateway for or a vehicle for recruitment for us, and certainly those who go through it come in with a greater understanding of where they want to go next. I would also just add, an 18-year-old, just by virtue of age, is going to have sort of less pattern recognition, lower social maturity than the 24-year-old who's been through a few life's ups and downs.
As we have all been there, I'm sure we can all relate.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In your experience, what do school districts or community colleges or other places that you recruit need to have in place in order to effectively support any sort of transitions for students?
Was that question community colleges specifically?
No, it's high school, wherever you're recruiting from. So what is needed either in the high school or in a community college or anywhere else you're recruiting from to really kind of effectively support any sort of transition into a career pathway type program as you're defining?
Yeah, well, we don't recruit from community colleges, given the students who are older, they've stopped out of community colleges.
Okay.
But at high schools, we ask just for time with students to be able to present alongside, whether it's a counselor or a principal or a teacher. And I should have introduced this sooner. The sort of brand, the term, the label we use is jobs first higher education. And so we try to make very clear, this is not traditional vocational schooling. And again, we don't try to put a stigma on that either. We just make very clear, this is, our students go to college. They leave with 15 credits. So a semester's worth in their back pocket. They pay nothing out of pocket. And they get a modest stipend and a coach that stays with them. And this is all essentially at the cost of Pell. And so we make that very clear. And we need guidance counselors and our high school partners who are helping us recruit students to communicate that and to not use sort of the traditional language you hear. Because the last thing I'll say is, one of the lessons we've learned is we have to get to parents too. And that's something else we ask of our high school partners, to allow us to present to parents, whether we push into an existing forum they've created or they set one up for us exclusively. But a lot of parents are skeptical of anything other than traditional higher ed. When you look at the Gallup survey data on this, it's quite striking. Parents of Black children, about 70% want their child to go get a four-year degree. Parents of white children, it's about 55%, and that number's been ticking down. And so particularly for historically marginalized communities, traditional higher ed is the vehicle for the American dream. And folks get pretty skeptical when they see something other than that before them. And that's why it's important for our model to interact and to be a part of that traditional system, as opposed to just innovating in workforce alone.
We as a commission have had a large amount of conversation about great college and career advising starting at an early age. It just strikes me that this would be one of the avenues that a great advisor would be able to support kids on. And you also brought up something interesting with kind of a topic this morning. I think Dr. Chris Jones brought it up, is like, how do you change the culture, the community culture of what parents and other adults feel about non-traditional post high school experiences. And so, we certainly wouldn't want to, the opportunity to elevate anything like community colleges or technical colleges or programs as you're describing, that it is an equal playing ground and as traditional four-year schools. And we don't have a community culture like that. I don't know if you've seen anything across the nation where they're trying to change that approach.
Haven't seen it, and we sometimes talk about on our leadership team, if someone were to give us a blank check, how would we essentially allocate those funds to improve our model? And most of us agree that we would put the plurality in a digital campaign, some sort of campaign to change hearts and minds on this very issue. And it's been so interesting to learn lessons in how we recruit students. I recall early on we would talk about wages. And we even did this discounted cash flow analysis that looked at a Propel student compared to a student who only has a high school diploma, who has an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree, just using publicly available data. And essentially, it takes into account the net present value of all of your earnings, taking into account cash outlay for school and the opportunity cost of not working a 40-hour week job. Long story short, a Propel student actually has more economic viability than a traditional bachelor's degree recipient. And that just speaks to opportunity cost. We didn't use terms like net present value in public facing discussions, but we talked about wages, and we led with that, and it didn't stick. As soon as we introduced college credits is when eyebrows went up and ears perked up.
Well, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate, and I'll speak on behalf of the commission, you're coming and spending time. Oh, Senator Gresham, you have a question? We cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear your voice. That's so exciting.
Hey, okay, thank you. So this has been really enlightening. Let me ask how, when you are recruiting students, what's the criteria that you use to recruit those students? Who are you looking for, both in high school and that 24-year-old or that person with the associate degree? Are you looking at their academic background or their grade average, their GPA, or what are your criteria for recruiting these folks? Because obviously one of the things that you want from Propel America is to be successful, and you want your students to be successful. Success breeds success. So what's the criteria for recruiting these young people to Propel America?
It's an awesome question. We look at transcripts, but it's really only to reference it and to store it as a data point. Our only admissions criteria is fire in the belly. So they have to go through a few steps to formally enroll and be accepted. They have to show up at an information session. They have to give us a couple of artifacts, such as an essay, short essay that conveys why are they interested in a career in healthcare. And that happens, by the way, after they've done an information session and they understand what a certified medical assistant is, what a registered behavioral technician does. And so they've all of those things have been presented before them, and we just want to see how interested are they. And that's it. We're just looking for hunger. And to the point about 21 ACTs, we've had students with 18, 19 on their ACTs thrive in our program. Now, if you were to kind of plot the regression map there, and those who have had higher ACTs probably tend to do better in our program, but we certainly have had students with relatively high ACT scores not do very well. I hope that answers your question, but it's really an open enrollment program that's geared to students who pursue this with vigor.
Well, that just gets to my question that I asked about listing 5 general education courses that you would think would be essential. And for example, you just pointed out a student who can express themselves in an essay, for example, ought to know how to read and write, ought to have those skills. We're having problems with our high school graduation rate, but then when these youngsters who report in for duty at a community college or even a TCAT require remediation. And so especially in English language arts and math, so reading comprehension and math. So that's why I was getting to the point about how you recruit. And you're looking for people who have those skills or have developed those skills, and that's really important because that leads to their success in the future. So that was my real point. We're in a situation here in Tennessee where we have this dynamic, these contradictory information points of people graduating and saying to a youngster who graduates, "You're ready to go." Then they get to post-secondary and they're not ready, Yeah. So that's what really concerns me.
Yeah, well, you're raising a really important point. And to go back when I first attempted inarticulately to answer your question about the 5 general ed courses, the reason I said interdisciplinary is because it gets there's a slippery slope here when you try to narrow that down, and you just zero in on writing for a minute, reading and writing. And the science of reading tells us once you've gotten past phonemic awareness and phonics, it's knowledge that influences your ability to read as much as anything else. So knowledge of other subjects, be it science, history, social studies, etc. And so these things are all very interwoven. And so trying to sort of be overly precise comes at a pretty significant risk. And there's a lot more I could say about that, but I would never disagree with anyone saying writing is as critical as anything. And I could give you a million examples as why writing may be the most important skill you can have once you leave high school. That's certainly what my high school, Montgomery Bell Academy, pushed more than anything else.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Any other questions? I have one last question. I wanted to make sure we cover off any of the commissioners. No? My last question, two things. One, when you come into a state and first kind of launch here, who provides you the credentials for higher education, or do you partner with another higher education institution? And then what is it? So we are the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission. Probably should have shared this earlier. We provided a lot of recommendations, but we're really looking at accelerating learning, kindergarten, accelerated learning and modernizing our education system, kindergarten through to career. And we provided a variety of recommendations. We're talking about metrics. We'll be assessing the metrics tied to the recommendations you already provided. But what sort of policy enables scaling this type of model that you've described? So it's two questions. The first one having to do with higher ed.
Yeah. So our higher ed partner. So yes, we have a training partner. We are not an accredited institution. We decided early on that we didn't want to go down that route. We thought about becoming a national community college, and ultimately we felt that our value add would be on recruiting, vetting, and coaching. Most significantly, our young people with the durable skills they need. And so the technical skill training is delivered by a national higher ed partner that we have. It's an accredited institution, traditional four-year college, actually, based out of Chicago, called National Louis University. Really interesting, innovative place that partners with KIP and Teach for America and really innovative NGOs, and sort of the unique higher ed institution that's built for partnerships. So they deliver online the Certified Medical Assistant Training Program, and students leave with roughly 20 quarter-based credits, which translate to a little bit under a semester's worth. More I could say about that. In terms of what are the conditions one needs to see. So when we first piloted, this was 3 iterations ago, we partnered with brick and mortar community colleges. And the reason we stepped away from that, there are a number of reasons, but really the most significant one is it presented an existential threat to our work because of the fact that what I was describing earlier. The workforce side of most community colleges, not all, doesn't interact with the academic side, and they don't have Title IV eligible programming. It's just its own thing that has some connectivity to employers and the labor market, but little connectivity to traditional higher ed. And so we were told, well, go to the Workforce Development Board. That's where you can find funds to underwrite student tuition, which we did. And that's a very treacherous exercise because workforce development boards are pretty political. They're very decentralized. They actually don't have significant funds in the grand scheme of things. And then you've got Title IV, which is the most significant and recurring and dependable source of federal revenue for higher ed. So like, why would we go to WEO as what funds workforce development boards? Why would we do that when we can go Title IV? And so this is the first of its kind in the country where a traditional higher ed player, four-year school, is building sub-degree credentials, and all of those being under one roof where the credits articulate cleanly. And there's really no reason you can't do that on the ground in Tennessee with the community college systems. Articulation agreements are a real pain. You've got, community college systems are oftentimes decentralized themselves. I forget exactly how Tennessee works. I should know, I apologize. So there's politics, there's sort of the bureaucratic headaches you have to deal with, but these are solvable problems. I could give you a million examples on K-12 reform efforts that at this point, I'm not sure if they're solvable. This is a solvable problem.
Any last thoughts when you think about policy that we should be thinking about?
how can you just systematize access to funding to underwrite training programs for young people? It shouldn't be as hard as it is right now. Where they're not Title IV eligible, like how can you create better access to funds? Because right now the incentive is to go in a general studies major at a 2 or 4 year school with essentially no connectivity to the labor market. So from a policy standpoint, like how can you systematize access to funds for middle skill jobs that come through a workforce credential? And that's to say nothing of destigmatizing, but that's a policy question.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate it. I appreciate this gratefulness from my entire commission. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Ms. Chase.
All right. Thank you, Paymon. Really appreciate it, your being here. And we are going to shift gears now to welcome our guests from Excel in Ed. Excel in Ed is a nonprofit focused on educational quality, innovation, and opportunity, both within and outside of the traditional education system. Excel in Ed focuses on a range of student-centered policy solutions to increase student learning, advance equity, and prepare graduates for college and career. And we are joined today by Sarah Bishop-Root, who's the Policy Director for Next Generation Learning at Excel in Ed. She also manages the network of state innovation partners supporting state education agencies with system change and the continuing evolution of innovative education models and programs across the country. And by Adriana Harrington, who's the Policy Director for Innovation for Excel in Ed, where she focuses on policies connected to education, connecting education to workforce and college and career pathways. And I'll note that Adriana is also a Tennessean. She previously worked at the Department of Education and the Division of College, Career, and Technical Education. And I will turn it over to Sarah and Adriana.
I want to interject just a little bit before we get started. First of all, just so that the commissioners know, Senator Gresham certainly knows this, but in terms of getting Tennessee from being 48th and 49th at most everything to the acceleration that took place up through 2015 and 16, where we're certainly doing better. In the earliest days of those reforms, there were very few friendly and innovative faces, but the folks at Excel in Ed were always among them. They were one of the earliest on the scenes to really advocate for the things that remind people that all of this is about students and their ability to achieve and their ability to participate in the Republic, and not so much about adults and what makes them comfortable. And so for that, I can't resist just saying a few words about Excel in Ed. And I'm very thankful they're here.
Ethan, we're very thankful for you and your dedication to innovative policy and moving the needle forward in Tennessee. So thank you all for having us here today. Adriana, would you advance to the first slide? As Jen mentioned, are we able to, do we have control?
You should be able to see the click button on the left-hand side of the PowerPoint, Adriana.
Looks like I have control. So
I found it. Got it. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Thank you. So, as Jen mentioned, my role at Excel in Ed is I'm Policy Director for Next Gen Learning, and I also manage the network of state innovation partners, which includes about 18 states across the country, and representatives from SEAs that are managing innovation and mostly CBE or mastery pilot programs. So we have a lot of conversations very similar to kind of moving back to the conversation you all were having before payment presented about what really is the connective tissue that's needed to create sustainable system change within a state. And this is something that I think we see states across the country grappling with, because there's so many factors that can disrupt, even if a policy is in place, the ability for it to actually be implemented successfully and sustainably. So in my journey at Excel in Ed, I've done a series of research endeavors. First, we started out with an innovation landscape report, which really looked at innovation programs and pilot programs across the US that are currently available. And then from there, we dug into a seat time for credit landscape analysis. And what we found from those pieces of research is there's actually far more flexibility available within states than LEAs and schools actually realize. So that, and that was really interesting because I think there with this next gen learning work, there's oftentimes this myth that there isn't flexibility available. So we really started to think about what we could do to help amplify flexibilities within states and contextualize what LEAs and schools have access to use as tools, but also really connecting it into a vision for student-centered learning. So with that, I've worked with several states on flexibility guides, which are tailored to districts and schools to use in their innovative student-centered learning work. What I want to share with you today are some observations from that process. If we could back up to the previous slide, that'd be great. It's really interesting because I think this work is unique to every state's approach. And I saw in these flexibility guides that we have states that have a lot of disparate initiatives from statutory, programmatic, code that offer flexibility. But then we have some states that have more cohesive initiatives because, and they're really building capacity with the work. And when we think about why, I've just outlined some things that through my observation I've seen that I think really tie back to kind of this conversation you all were having earlier, which is so important about creating the sustainability of this reimagining education and connecting the dots and laying a strong foundation that works for all students. And with that, what we really see at the core is a very clear vision of the why. And I think you all back in May started to think through what the portrait of a graduate meant to you all. But we see in states like, for example, Utah or South Carolina that where they've really kind of at the state level have engaged community members and have engaged stakeholders to really think through what that portrait of the graduate for their specific state looks like that reflects the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that every student should have upon graduating from high school. It creates a strong compass to move towards. And I think you're going to be talking about metrics later in the day, but it also really ties into what needs to be measured. And so we see, you know, in Utah and South Carolina, where they're really moving the needle with this work, from that portrait of a graduate, then it allows them to build out competency frameworks that really get into the nuts and bolts of how to support that vision of a portrait of a graduate. And so with that, as I mentioned earlier, the flexibility, I know these are pieces that you all have really talked about in your recommendations already, but I just want to connect the dots between each of these pieces for you all. The flexibility is the tool that supports this, but it can't stand alone. So, you know, we struggled in some other states like, you know, Illinois and Indiana and Michigan, where there's not, as a part of the strategic vision, a strong drive for personalized learning and the why. It really just makes the tools kind of float, you know, with more of the innovator, and it connects to the people who are really innovating, but it really creates a struggle for those who need the compass. And then the other piece we're seeing is the technical support is extremely critical in this, because a lot of LEAs and schools need the assistance with the design thinking, and even with states that have cohorts in statute, the thinking about how to incorporate the technical support piece is really important. especially now with the flow of ESSER funding. There's a lot of ways to think creatively about how to leverage the federal COVID money to really ensure that this work can move forward. And then with all that, the other piece we're seeing in our research, we just completed a national analysis of waiver flexibility available to districts and schools across states. That if in statute, there is not a clear process for how waivers are reported, how the flexibility that's being provided is reported back, policymakers don't have a clear idea of what's needed to what flexibility can be codified, what are the most common waiver requests that are being requested. And so that piece, and I think as you think kind of about policy recommendations, is very helpful in ensuring the continuation of expanded flexibility for LEAs in schools in Tennessee. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So as we did this analysis, I think some of these are resonating with the recommendations that you all have already established, but I also wanted to offer a little more granular perspective into kind of how I'm thinking about this based on the analyses we've done. So we know that in Tennessee, there's been previous personalized learning initiatives, and they can be like the CBE pilot, which my colleague managed when she was at the department. But we can really leverage those as lessons learned, I think. And a piece of what I'm thinking is that really bringing this work that you all have done on the Portrait of a Graduate within your group, but really creating a legislative work group that could engage a broad range of stakeholders to think about what the Tennessee Portrait of a Graduate should look like. And I think that is such a core piece of really moving the needle forward with the innovative student-centered learning work. And another example I didn't mention earlier where we're seeing that happen, where this idea of reciprocal learning within a state is happening really successfully right now, is in Kentucky, where a lot of this system change is being driven on the ground. And even in the reports that are coming out about kind of the recommendations for how they're reimagining learning are coming from community stakeholders. And it's just such a powerful way to kind of hear, instead of it being top down, that it really creates this powerful intersection of top down and bottom up of the why for the state. Secondly, we see that, when we did our waiver analysis, we see that there are some established innovation programs in code that offer flexibility through waivers. But as to your point in your recommendations that you've already come up with, I think there's a lot of power in creating an umbrella for the work, because, and I think it's not just about kind of having an innovation hub, but really being mindful about the components that means. So in addition to the flexibility that it could provide through waivers, that it does include some guardrails, to someone's point earlier about how LEAs are reporting on the impact of the models they're implementing. It builds a community of practice for innovation happening in the state. The student protections piece we're really seeing, especially in for mastery-based learning, when you have a mastery-driven diploma. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the waiver reporting process is really important for that policymaker feedback loop. Lastly, as you all know, seat time came up earlier, that we know that in Tennessee, there is some seat time flexibility, which is wonderful, but it's still limited. Mastery is not fully authorized at this time. So there is some opportunity to really think differently about seat time, and I think you all are thinking about that. One example I wanted to bring to you that I think is a really interesting approach is Arizona passed a bill last session, and it's House Bill 2862, which is really, it's called their instructional time model. So there's still, instead of just codifying seat time flexibility, they're providing districts and schools the opportunity to propose the instructional models they want to implement while bridging So they're bridging the innovative teaching and learning to some of the pieces of the system that sometimes gets in the way of seat time flexibility. So I think that's a really interesting approach that might be something to explore. So those are my things I wanted to share today. Thank you all for your time. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Adriana.
Great. Thank you so much. So as a Nashville and mom of two, I just wanted to say thank you for the work of this commission. I've been following for you, but really excited to be here and present the work that we're doing in an aligned space in college and career pathways. So at Excel in Ed, we are working with a similar charge to the commission, right? People of all ages are finding themselves unprepared for the reality of today's evolving job market, and COVID has kind of highlighted and exacerbated many of the challenges that our learners were already facing. We also firmly believe in the policy to build those on and off ramps for learners to be able to go from K-12 to post-secondary, and we define that in the same way. Anything that happens after high school in terms of your industry credential, TCAT, 2-year, 4-year, and then what are those on-ramps back if learners need to come back and reskill and retrain. But in taking a step back and looking at our work, we realized that in certain years we were focusing heavily on work-based learning, and in certain years we were focusing heavily on EPSOs. And all of those are super important foundational pieces to get off the ground. But where most states are, and I would absolutely put in category, is it's time to take that step back, like the commission is doing, and really look, where are my strengths, where are my gaps, and how should I be prioritizing policy going forward? So we worked with a advisory group. There was a representative from Tennessee SCORE participated to put a stake in the ground on what are those 20 kind of key policies that states should have in place for a robust education to workforce continuum, and how do they work together, kind of that web approach to really build the work. So if you go to pathwaysmatter.org, we have all 20 policies listed out. I'm going to go over them at a high level here. They are organized in 6 focus areas. So the first is policies around high quality CTE instruction across K-12 and post-secondary. How are we funding it? And how are agencies at the same time defining they mean and what the priorities are? The next big bucket is around post-secondary acceleration. So what are those policies in place around early post-secondary opportunities, dual enrollment, advanced placement, credit for prior learning, remediation that are helping accelerate learners into post-secondary? And then what are the policies that are kind of driving folks across the finish line, right? Reconnect, Promise, Great Pioneers, the recommendation you have around kind of those extra supports that learners might need. And then workforce readiness. So how are we thinking about apprenticeships, work-based learning, industry credentials, and how are we kind of really authentically engaging employers to be at the table to signal what they need and how they can participate. And then as you guys are digging deep into this afternoon, what is the data? What are the metrics that we're looking at across the work? Really, the whole slide should be pink, right? All of this, we need to know what is happening, how it's impacting learners. So we mapped for the state of Tennessee what is in staff, what is in policy across all of the 20 key policies. So if you go onto the website, on the state case study page, there is a very detailed, very policy-oriented document that kind of maps, could find already existing across the policy, pull out some great strengths that Tennessee has. And most of these you have already discussed, and then some potential opportunities where the state can drive the work further. Huge amount of alignment to the discussion recommendations that the commission has already had. I'm going to now go into 3, where I think there's kind of some refinement or some nuances based on what we found and the conversation that the commission has already had. So the first is in the priority sector of strengthening alignment. I think there's an opportunity for the state to really codify and expand that industry alignment that K-12 and post-secondary are doing. So the conducts a program of study and influential review process where they, our boss used to call it the how. You had to defend your program study. Did it match salary, wages, growth for both statewide and regional, for if that program of study was something that added value to learners and was a strong opportunity for learners to pursue. Post-secondary also conducts a similar review of their program, but neither of these are codified in statute. So I think there's an opportunity to put some guardrails on that study kind of alignment and review process and formally bring the TCATs or TBR into the table to make sure that the criteria that K-12 is using is the same or building upon the criteria that post-secondary is using to make sure you never have a dead end or a non kind of living wage program of study being offered. And then to build on that, similar to the recommendation about strengthening the P20 system, you could fold in a biannual return on investment review across K-12 and post-secondary, looking holistically at a pathway, thinking about what are we seeing in terms of academic achievement, college readiness, post-secondary enrollment and attainment, right? Pushing it further into employment and wages. Pieces of this are already happening both at K-12 and post-secondary. I think there could be great power in together and really doing that deep dive of is what we're offering right, but also are students obtaining it, and then tailoring the supports that we're providing for both. So Florida, they call it an audit. You could call it a return on investment analysis because audit has lots of different meanings in different spaces, but they do this exact K-12 and post-secondary review where they look at the alignment and then they look at the attainment in terms of readiness and outcomes, and get to look at job placement and wages through their longitudinal data system. The next big piece that Florida is working on is how to share this information back to the stakeholders who need it. Chair Scarlett was talking about the power of mentoring and how it's so influential in supporting learners. Getting data into folks' hands is crucial. So designing a system where this information can be shared back, right? College for TN already has a lot of this, but really kind of driving it full circle in how we're measuring and sharing the information of what's happening in our pathways. The next opportunity I wanted to discuss is for co-requisite college acceleration support in high school. So Tennessee, pioneer of co-requisite remediation in post-secondary, as Senator Grisham was talking about a few moments ago, there's a misconnect, right? Students graduate high school and then post-secondary, they still require remediation and that additional support. Co-requisite remediation has great data for getting learners through those development courses. I think there's an opportunity to push that model of kind of just-in-time tailored support down into high school and build on the work of the sales programs. So if a student is does not meet the eligibility criteria for an advanced placement course or a dual enrollment course, what just-in-time supports could be folded in so that the learner could still get that college credit and the support that they need to not have that barrier of, oh, I need to take all of these prerequisites first and then I graduate and I don't have any college credits, but take that post-secondary model and push it down where you're able to take that AP or dual enrollment course, get the just-in-time support that will increase readiness for post-secondary, and at the same time get college credit under learners' belts. I don't have a state example for this one because no one is doing it yet. So I think that would be another great place where Tennessee could stay on the forefront of innovation in this space. And my last example is around the stackable credentials and authentic engagement with industry. So stackable credentials are how credentials build and grow on each other, right? Going from a CNA to a nurse, and all of those stackable credentials are mapped out, but they don't always articulate. So you may not necessarily get credit for what you have already done if you want to go back and pursue another degree. Tennessee Transfer Pathways is part of this, but you wanted to kind of think about how to fold in more certificates and credential programs and that non-linear credentialing pathways that the commission has already discussed. The piece I want to fold in here, and Paimon kind of teed it up nicely, is I think there's an opportunity to think about the training programs that employers are already providing and how those would factor into stackable credentials. And then how are we incentivizing employers to be at the table to provide those kind of robust training or skills retraining programs. So Indiana has done this through their governor's workforce cabinet. They have the Next Level Jobs Workforce Ready grant, similar to Tennessee Reconnect, where learners are able to get, in Indiana's case, they get non-degree credentials in 5 high-demand fields, but they have made sure that every degree stacks and articulates in the state. So if you get one of these non-degree credentials, you are guaranteed that credit if you want to go on and pursue it to get the degree. And then they have brought employers in to the table. So employers can apply for their retraining or skills training programs that they already have to fold into those stacking pieces and get post-secondary credit for the learners. And also incentivize employers to participate in providing up to $5,000 per employee hired and retained for 6 months. In Indiana, it maxes out at $50 per employer, but for a smaller or medium size industry or employer, that can kind of remove some of the burden of the front end costs that we have been discussing and incentivize more to participate. Sarah and I are both happy to take any questions that you might have at this time, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you both very, very much. I appreciate it. I'd like to open it up for questions. Any commissioners have any questions?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Please. I can.
Well, I'm fascinated by some of this information. This is great. I think it was Sarah who talked about the Arizona bill. I wonder if we could get some specific information about what that bill included. I'd certainly like to explore that. The other thing was on the audits that were done, especially by Florida, being kind of a model. So evidently they have a series of audits being done, but my question is, who acts on the audit? If you have an audit, you have obviously things that need to be adjusted or responded to in some way. Who acts on the audit?
Great question. So in Florida, K-12 and post-secondary are housed under one agency, and that agency is legislatively charged to act on the results of the audit. And then they annually present on the findings of the audit and the how they are implementing changes based on the data.
So then all the information goes back to the legislature, is that correct?
That's
or
correct.
Further action should it be required, is that right?
Exactly. And they have actually, I think they're on iteration 3 of to that feedback cycle point.
Okay, do you have a bill number or a statute number that you could give us on that as well? That would be something I'd like to explore as well. The other question I had was on co-requisite. Could you bring that slide back up just for a second? Okay, right, we have the sales program. Is Lou still handy? Is Lou around to talk about what the sales program does? Let me see if I'm correct. With a sales program, what you have is faculty from higher ed reaching into high school to try to bring folks up to an academic level where they would be ready, where they would be college ready. Is Lou handy? Is that correct? Do I still have a correct perception of what that is? Maybe Nathan knows.
So I think that you have sales correct. I mean, it's an instruction model that basically allows high school students to in situ, meaning in their own comfortable environment at the high school, resolve some of the remedial need around math.
But it's with higher ed faculty, right? Higher ed faculty does it. Well, I have a hard time with that because to me that looks like that higher ed faculty is coming in and doing the work of high school teachers. High school is supposed to prepare folks to be college ready. And what you've done is kind of reverse that. Now, I understand certainly the urgency in doing that, and if we're going to fix that problem, then we have to fix the teacher preparation for high school teachers, so that they can deal with the complexity of the courses that would get these youngsters college ready. So I really have a hard time with the higher ed faculty coming in and doing the work of high school teachers who are evidently not prepared to prepare students to be college ready. So the co-requisite, I would like to see a model where that may be successful someplace else. I mean, we're doing real well with it, but it's not sustainable. You can't have doing this work, forever. We've got to do it we've got to prepare teachers better from the very beginning. But I'm not sure whether that's a commentary or a complaint, but just wanted to make sure I understood what co-requisite remediation meant. But you say here on this slide, I didn't go all the way down here, that no other state is implementing this approach. So enough said.
Senator Grisham, completely. I think what we are proposing is for learners who are already in their 11th and 12th grade. We do not want to have them not be able to reach their full potential, but that does not address the structural problems that you are talking about. So ideally,
I understand the requirement to do this right now, the urgency. What we haven't done is prepare teachers adequately, and that's really a problem. I had a retired teacher tell me that she didn't think youngsters ought to be required to have chemistry courses in high school because they were too hard. she was very fragile and elderly. I didn't want to say too hard to teach or too hard to learn. So we're evidently having to do a better job. We do have to do a better job in our teachers, and I think that's just my main point.
Thank you, Senator. Two questions I have, since as I understand it, you all have gone through the recommendations we provided. Under address learning, remediation, and acceleration needs as one of our priorities, we specified that we would like to support two of our recommendations. One is support early interventions and research-based materials and instruction for K-12 students to minimize the need for post-secondary remediation. The second recommendation tied to this is create an early warning data system and corresponding interventions, ensuring integration across existing data systems and equal access and support, including funding for implementation across districts. What I hear you saying is that, because you've tied this back to a different priority, so I'm trying to understand, are you suggesting that I'm not too sure what you're suggesting, actually.
I think it could go in either priority. I don't have a strong priority preference.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I also have a follow-up to Senator Gresham's first question. The audit in Florida, did Florida establish that legislative working group that, if you can go back a slide, you can define the legislative working group. Is that the group that actually did the audit?
In Florida, they provided, I think, 1 or 2 FTEs to the department to conduct the audit.
So the Department of Education is doing the audit for kindergarten through to career?
And they do high school through to post-secondary. So they cap it at the kind of high school 9 through 12 to post-secondary piece of the work currently.
So one of our priorities is to streamline post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning. And it strikes me that we didn't have a lot in that particular priority at this point. I'm sorry, a different one. Strengthen alignment across K-12 post-secondary workforce systems. You know, we talked about the P20 data systems and aligning incentives across the systems.
Can you hear? So can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. So sorry.
We lost your audio again,
Oh,
Chair Scarlett.
I know.
Can you guys hear me? Because I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Brilliant. Thank you. My technical challenges. Can you go to slide 8 for me, please? So was this the one that was recommending kind of this this legislative working group
For the stack.
No, I think it was a different one then. I must have written down the wrong one. One of the things you suggested was establishing a legislative working group. And I think one of the challenges we had is in our recommendations or priorities was we talked a lot about strengthening alignment across K-12 post-secondary workforce systems, and we have some recommendations in there. Maybe not as specific as creating a legislative working group, but I'd just love to hear a little bit more about that concept.
So I think within the strengthening alignment, the main piece I'm getting at here, and it does not have to be through a legislative working group. It very well could be. But I think that we have seen an ebb and flow in the quality of the review process that has resulted in a lot of programs of study that were removed, have been put back on, and industry credentials that have been removed have been put back on the list and then taken off again. And I think there's a lack of kind of guardrails on what that review process should and must have, and a lack of agreement across K-12 and post-secondary to be able to say, we're going to use these same 5 criteria. And then post-secondary might have a few additional, right? Because there's nuances in post-secondary. But I really think the big value add here is in providing those guide rails on how we're defining high skill, high wage, high demand, and holding to it across K-12 and post-secondary. And that could happen through existing structures, that could happen through forming a legislative working group. But I think the main power of this policy rec is putting those guardrails on what we're defining for that alignment.
Adriana and Sarah, thank you for this information. This is Chris Jones. On your website, and then again in the presentation today, there are a lot of really innovative learner pathways. And I guess my question is, they all look good to me. And I imagine to most of the commissioners, it looks like any one of these would be pretty effective and offer some flexibility depending on where the learner is starting. At the end of the day, though, there's the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And I wonder which of these do we have any kind of validation on which of these pathways actually gets selected? So even though it looks great and we realize it would get the person to a good job, if they don't choose to do it, it's not useful to us. And so do we have any data on the pathways that you presented to say, hey, these actually are appealing to the learners, and here are the percentages that actually choose to take them?
So just to make sure I'm understanding, you're talking about the pathways that a learner could take from.
Well, just as an example, the slide that's up right now, the annual CTE and industry credential audit. I think the next slide is the Florida pathway or the Indiana one. That's a great example, right? Because the employers are incentivized to hire people. Like, does that actually put butts in the seats? I mean, I guess that's the question. Like, I mean, do we actually see people taking them up on the programs?
Yes, great question. So for the Indiana program, year over year, it has, for the employer incentive piece, it has maxed out the state budget that they have allocated. So employers are participating and appreciating the incentive, and that means that individuals are getting that skills retraining piece and that stackable element. The next level job grant is factoring into a larger piece of work that Indiana is doing, where the governor has formed workforce cabinet to bring all of CTE, K-12, post-secondary, and workforce, and it's aligned funding under one umbrella. So the next level job grants is one piece of a larger puzzle that Indiana is kind of moving towards to support all of its learners, but data is showing uptake and degree credential attainment for the next level jobs grant. And I'm happy to follow up with further information. I wrote down to send the Florida audit language. We also have a model policy on the audit I can send, and some additional information on next level jobs.
That'd be fantastic. What sort of other questions do we have?
Adriana and Sarah, this is Glenn Swift, and again, belatedly, thank you for being with us today. Maybe a little off-center question, but it sounds like me y'all have experience to answer it. And these initiatives that are approved into policies in other states, and you don't have to be specific where, I'm curious about kind of, I believe in you inspect what you expect. How does that get assigned? Who goes to bed at night and gets up in the morning worried about that policy and where it is and is it going on track?
Sarah, do you want to start with for next gen?
I think that's an important point you bring up, Glenn, because we know that, like to my point earlier, that policy is only as good as the implementation and the buy-in from the communities, right? And that's the really essence of like why I feel so passionate about empowering personalized learning within states, because it truly has to be driven by the unique families and communities that represent, you know, the patchwork of a state. And until you really have, in my opinion, until there's that actual buy-in and those voices are amplified, it's really challenging to connect the dots. And so that's why I think, you know, while coming up with policy ideas is important as we think about how we are reimagining learning, I think what's really valuable is also with that to think about how we can create a collective voice across a state to get that buy-in into the vision of what we're trying to do. And then from there, I think the policy should, you know, be designed to support what that, you know, what that kind of bigger vision for education is. So we have something to move towards. So I think that's why I was really, you know, and me offering the idea of somehow creating a working group, whether it's legislative or not, that really empowers communities across the state to have a part in the conversation to really shape what a portrait of a graduate should look like. I think kind of starts that process, because then there's something to actually work towards. Without a compass, I think it creates a challenge for a collective vision, whether it's policy or implementation. So for me, that's really the heartbeat of this work.
And I might add, perhaps it's part of the reason we are where we are with education, that who really owns this. And I got it, pyramids up, but there's a lot of things we're talking about here that get done and bias towards local school district. Who's accountable for that? And what's the penalties for getting that done? So I just think we're going to talk about metrics this afternoon. I'm very interested, Madam Chairman, Chair, who's going to do this? So, like I said, it may have been not the right time to bring that up, but I couldn't pass up two very knowledgeable people about how things go in other states. Thank you.
Chairman Scarlett?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Part of the problem that we faced as a commission was that we've been doing education for the same way for 100 years. And so obviously change, it takes a long time. But our society today changes really, really fast. So my question is do you have any suggestions in terms of how you can make this system more adaptable to that quick change? And either one of you could, if you have an answer for that.
So that's really hard. And absolutely agreed with what you're getting at here, and what Glenn was just speaking to is policy is only as good as its implementation. And implementation takes fidelity and time. And having been a Tennessee teacher during the race to the top changes, it takes like a lot of willpower and heart and vulnerability on the folks who are doing it. So I think there's innovative models that are springing up that can get off the ground in some ways faster, thinking about like P-Tech schools that do industry partnerships, or the great TCAT model that was being discussed earlier with the early college high school. But I do not have an actual answer to your question in terms of how do we do it faster because it's just such a complex piece. But I think there's an element of how are we incentivizing and how are we kind of rewarding, and also what are those kind of back end kind of stop fail metrics that we have in place at the same time.
Well, like Glenn says all the time, you know, how do we react to support business so that people can be educated and have a great career? But the business is changing so fast, and the business can change really quick, but the education can't. And that's where the disconnect is. And so I just thought I'd throw it out there for any ideas. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, Adriana and Sarah, thank you so much for being with us today. We're so very proud to have Janet Ayers as the chair at Excel in Ed, and my regards to Patricia. It's been several years since I've seen her, but we used to work very closely together. So we're delighted to have you with us.
We'll absolutely pass those on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for including us today.
Absolutely. Any last questions before we move on? Thank you both so much for joining us today. We very much appreciate it. And look forward to continuing to learn from Excel and Ed. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Chase.
All right. So now we have our last but not least, third and final guest speakers for today, coming to us from Western Governors University, which is an accredited nonprofit online university founded by 19 U.S. governors who had a vision to provide educational opportunities that remove the boundaries of time and space. We are joined by Dr. Kimberly Estep, who's the Chancellor of WGU Tennessee and the Regional Vice President for Southeast. She leads efforts in student acquisition, external relations, public relations, government relations, community and alumni outreach in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And she is WGU Tennessee's founding chancellor. She is joined by Darren Hobbs, Vice President for Academic Records, Credential, and Career, and by Casey Thorne, the Director of Skills Architecture. And I will turn it over to you all.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're so excited to be here in front of you today. We really appreciate your attention, and I think you will walk away from this session as excited about these fundamental innovative changes that are coming as we are. So for those of you that don't know me, I have been with WGU Tennessee since 2013. We were part of former Governor Haslam's Drive to 55. Since the time that we established WGU Tennessee, we have grown our enrollment to about 4,400 students across all 95 counties in Tennessee. We have graduated more than 8,000 graduates in our undergraduate and graduate programs, all of which are workforce aligned, all of which are delivered very flexibly and affordably to working adults through our competency-based model. WGU is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and in July we'll be celebrating our 9th anniversary as an affiliate in the state of Tennessee. But not content to rest on our laurels in creating degrees which are available through competency-based programs and which are aligned with workforce needs, we have other innovations, and this is one of them that we have been working on as a university. I think the best way for me to introduce this, and then I will give the rest of the time over to my great colleagues, is to say that as we have worked with employers all around the country, we have learned that employers typically use degrees to signal preparation for the workforce, but those are often imperfect signals. And in fact, an employer may not be that interested to know that I have taken and completed a course on business communications. What they really want to know is, can I be effective in using business communications and all that entails, which brings us to the work that is being done right now at WGU on skills and skills architecture, thinking past the degree and the certification down to the level at which we look at the kinds of skills that graduates can actually use when they go out into the workforce. And how do we verify those skills? How do we identify them? And perhaps the most important part of this process is, how do we translate between what employers need and say they want and what higher ed entities say they deliver? Because we know right now there's a huge disconnect between what employers are saying that they are needing and what higher ed institutions are saying they're producing. So skills, we believe, is the language that can be used to actually bridge that gap and make that translation easier and more effective. And in addition, the win-win for students is it will acknowledge skills regardless of where they picked up those skills, whether it was in the workplace, in an educational program, in a non-degree offering, through a degree wallet, which you will get an introduction to this morning. They will have access to all of those things and can present a portfolio of accomplishments that is far more robust and says far more about what they can do in the workplace than the existing transcripts that they can get from a college or university. So with that very broad overview, I would love to hand it off to Casey Thorne and Darren Hobbs to tell you more about WGU's work on skills.
Kim, thank you so much for that overview. It was a wonderful introduction to some of the excellent work that we are doing at WGU. That has also resulted in some really exciting conversations, both nationally and internationally, on the power of skills and skills information to be able to provide every learner worker with more insights into careers, pathways to opportunity, and help them make better informed decisions about their own personal career and education trajectories. I am Casey Thorne, Director of Skills Architecture, and I will lead you through the first part of this presentation where I'm going to do a bit of a setup, talk to you a little bit about why we started thinking about skills, the direction that we have taken that at WGU, how it has led to a national and international movement within the Open Skills Network, and then how we're using some of that foundational work to create the first prototype of our achievement wallet, which I'll hand it over to Darren to talk about at that time. So WGU has always been competency-based. In the 25 years that we have been around, that was our mission. We wanted a better way to be able to serve working adults. And as we continue to evolve and innovate and expand the number and types of students that we are serving, we knew that the workforce is rapidly changing, and what it might mean for competency-based education and opportunities that we had there to continue to innovate to better meet the needs of employers and students. We had some big opportunities. So when we started thinking about continued discourse where higher ed at large is not meeting the needs that employers have in terms of preparing students to be successful in the workforce. I think a major part of that is that we are just not preparing students to speak about the skills that they have gained through their education and training in a way that employers understand. They talk mostly, we do in higher ed, through courses and transcripts and degrees, and skills are becoming more and more frequently the language of employers. So we decided to focus on skills to really help to bridge that gap in communication. We know that learners are needing to gain new skills to reskill, upskill, cross-skill across an entire lifetime of work and learning. And I think that the current climate with the pandemic has done nothing but really just kind of amplify that and that continued need. At WGU, we needed to start exploring more flexible pathways for our students. Once a student is on a particular trajectory in their education, what happens and what can we do for them if they decide to pivot, if they need to make a change, they want to pursue a different area of focus? How can we make that easier for our students? And how might we be able to think about additional credentials that we could build into our degree programs so that students are getting immediate return on their educational investment as they're working towards degree. It also gives them an opportunity, if for whatever life throws in their way, that there might be a time where they need to stop out and then seamlessly re-enter into their program, that if they do that, we're leaving them with something, providing them with something that has value, and that they're able to capitalize on the skills that they've built thus far. We also know that academic achievements don't really reflect the skills that employers care most about, at least in how we're talking about them in higher ed through traditional academic transcripts. Again, those are in the language of degrees and courses and not necessarily transparent in the skills, the workforce relevant skills that students are being prepared for and demonstrating as part of their credential attainment. Learners also don't have the information or the tools to communicate the value of what they have achieved in meaningful ways where they have more control over their record, how and who they share it with. And also, they don't really make great connections about the workforce relevant skills that they're learning as part of their coursework. You know, when you talk to students, they'll tell you, well, I took a math course. We did math. Well, you did math, but there's a lot of problem solving and complex critical thinking that's happening as part of that math course. And so we wanted to explore ways that we could better prepare our students to talk about the skills that they were actually demonstrating in a way to better reflect their own unique talent brand. And then lastly, we really started to think about skills as a way to solve for learner records today, transcripts, being flat, paper-based, and don't do a whole lot to tell a lot of information about a learner's journey and the things that they can actually do based on the credentials that they hold. So those were the problems that we were trying to solve. We knew that we wanted to take a skills focus to do that in order to better connect the language that we were using as a university to that of employers. And so the way that we approached trying to solve for those problems, we had three major goals in mind for how we can help to enable better transparency into opportunity pathways for our students. The first one was we wanted every credential that we issue at WGU to be called what we refer to as skills denominated, meaning we want it to be clear every achievement that our student earns, what the employer valued skills are that the student has had to demonstrate as part of that achievement. The second thing that we wanted to do was make those achievements more accessible to the learner in who they shared them with and how they shared them. So we wanted our learners to be able to take their credentials, curate them through a learner-owned achievement wallet, a digital transcript and beyond, to be able to share with employers or other education institutions as they explore different pathways for themselves based on their goals. And then the last thing that we wanted to be able to accomplish with this is take those skills denominated credentials, surface them to an achievement wallet, and then based on the information that is included within the wallet, be able to provide more transparent information about pathway opportunities that are available to that learner based on their goals. So if a student has this set of credentials that have reflected this set of skills and they are interested in this particular career pathway, what is the gap between the skills that they have and the skills that they need to participate in that career pathway, to achieve that job, that goal that they have? And further, what might educational opportunities be that are available to them to start to close that gap and to address those skills that they need to build? So as we started exploring those solutions, we did not want to create something in a vacuum that would make WGU building something that was basically a road to nowhere. That with outside of the walls of WGU, that information becomes inaccessible or unusable to the learner. So we knew in order to make this something that was going to be beneficial to them before their time with WGU and after their time with WGU, that we needed to build an underlying infrastructure in terms of the way that we were approaching the data and the building of this technology using open standards, so that what we are building at WGU will allow the opportunities for our students then to port their credentials from institution to institution, from employer to employer, and to be able to leverage that information outside of the walls of WGU. So this is where we're going to get a little bit of in depth with data talk, but we won't stay here long. When we talk about that foundational infrastructure that we needed to build, we really recognized that there were 4 main areas where we needed to explore using open data standards to build this technology in order to pull off what we wanted to pull off and not, again, have it be a road to nowhere or a rail system that didn't connect to anything. The first area that we knew we needed to focus on an open standard would be related to open records. And there are a number of open standards that can be leveraged for that, so that records for our students could be ported between systems, education institutions, employers, etc. Achievements are another area where we knew we needed to explore open standards so that discrete achievements, micro credentials, digital representations of those could be shared outside of WGU by the learner. We also wanted to explore what kind of data standards there are around open pathways. How are we actually going to be able to take the information about the credentials that a student has and surface to them those career pathways and educational pathways that might be available to them based on the credentials that they hold and the goals that they have? All 3 of these areas, there are robust existing data standards that are widely accepted within the data standard ecosystem to adopt for those purposes. The one area that was lacking was open skills. There was not an existing data standard that really allowed for a common syntax, a common language around how skills are described. So we noticed very early on that that was a need, that in order to really focus on skills becoming a shared language across education and employers, we needed to focus on building a similar language around skills in order to complete this open infrastructure we were trying to build. So this led us to the development of what is known today as a rich skills descriptor. So to talk to you a little bit about what this is, I'm going to walk you through some of the early efforts we had in exploring the skills that our degree programs at WGU currently had in them. So the way that we approached this work is we knew we wanted all of our credentials to be skills denominated. So we worked with our major labor market insight providers, Burning Glass MZ, and we looked at other sources for open employment data to really try and identify what high demand skills might we have that are in our existing programs, but we're just not surfacing them or talking about them in that way. What we got back from that information and through that exercise had us really realize that the best proxy that exists right now for skills are keywords. So our programs and our competencies, as we were looking at the employment data and labor market insights, we had a massive data file of thousands of keywords that were reflective of the types of skills that someone needs for particular jobs that might be included in our program, but the context around those skills and those keywords is everything and lacking. For example, the information that we got back from Burning Glass MZ reflected that communication is a high demand skill in nearly every job role, every sector, and it's in nearly every program that we offer at the university. But what communication looks like for a software engineer versus a nurse versus an air traffic controller are very different in terms of who they are communicating with, the types of things that they're communicating about, and the tools that they're using to communicate. So we took that really robust data set of keywords and we worked with hiring managers, strategic employer partners at the university to dig into that information a little bit and to actually talk to hiring managers in the different job areas that we have programs aligned to. And we would hear things back like, for communication, when I'm hiring a software developer, I need them to be able to communicate code change not only to other software developers, but to non-technical stakeholders. That is the skill that gives us more information about what we need to be intentionally focusing on in our educational programming and what our students need to demonstrate to have value in the workforce. Similarly, for a nurse, we would hear things like the nurse needs to be able to communicate patient status to the shift change nurse, but also to the patient. And the way that is done is very different, and they need to be able to do both. So what we started building as we were having these conversations was a significant data set that included the keywords that labor market analytics are able to source through their AI that's doing crawls of the webs and job postings, and coming back with these keywords and taking it and then associating those keywords with that contextualized skills statement. What is the actual performance that employers are expecting for someone to do related to that keyword? We also understood the power then of taking that data set and expanding it to tag it with other occupational data, like BLS and ONET job codes. What if we were then to take that information and tag it to intelligent labor market data, where we use the MZ Open Skills Library to tag that information to real-time labor market intelligence that could tell someone how in demand that skill is for a particular job role, what the demand for that skill looks like in a particular region. We also knew that if we could align these skills to industry standards or certifications that were meaningful to employers, that could be another piece of data that was really important. And from that entire package of the keyword, the skills statement, the occupational data, and the alignment to real-time labor market insights, thus we created the rich skills descriptor, which is a powerful little data package that gives all of the context behind a skill that we needed to achieve our goals at WGU on behalf of our learners. So this is going to give you just a little bit of a snapshot of what an RSD looks like through the user interface of a tool that WGU developed known as the Open Skills Management Tool. As WGU was collecting all of this skills information, we were doing it in a massive spreadsheet. And as we were talking about this work with other organizations, that was kind of the part that I felt a little bit sheepish in sharing. But as I did, I realized that this was not a problem that we were the only ones struggling with. Lots of organizations were keeping any kind of skills information or pathway mapping that they were doing in spreadsheets. And so for WGU, we needed a better way to manage that information and realize as we were having those conversations that others needed it too. So we developed this open skills management tool as a free open source tool that facilitates the ability for an organization to author, maintain, and publish open skills libraries of rich skills descriptor data that becomes openly accessible to any organization who wants to use it, and starts to make the ability for using skills data like this more of a reality. It takes it to a scale that has not been achievable before until now. WGU has since stood up their own instance of OSMIT, where we now have our 13,000 rich skills descriptors that are used as the foundation for all of our program builds housed in the tool. The open source code for the Open Skills Management Tool was released publicly on the 31st of January, is now available to any organization who could benefit from such a tool. And then just this week on Wednesday, WGU rolled out its first public collections of open skills RSDs using OSMIT. We have a link that we can share with all of you that will take you to the public page where that information can be accessed by anyone, so that this skills data is free and available to other education institutions to align to their own digital credentials, to create their own pathways to opportunity for their learners, and for employers to use to help author better job descriptions, to help create more skills-informed pathways of employment, and to really start to break down the data silo that we've been living in when it comes to skills information. So we're very excited about that work. I'll use this as an opportunity now to say we're not alone in the effort. The focus on skills has become both a national and international conversation. And as WGU was leading this work and working with other organizations to talk about the problems that we were trying to solve, organically, really, the Open Skills Network developed. It is a large coalition of education providers, employers, tech companies that all have a shared mission of making skills-based education and hiring a standard practice in the United States and beyond. And to do it in a way that it can scale and become a easier lift for organizations who are trying to move in this direction. So the goals of the OSN really are to accelerate the adoption of skills-based education and hiring, to reduce the technological barriers and the data barriers that exist to move in that direction, to create more open data that can serve as the foundation for constructing clearer career and education pathways, for establishing a common language between education and employers, and to build a community of support within the education and employers where we're all trying to move in a similar direction towards more skills-based practices. Some of the accomplishments that we have had to date, the OSN officially launched, I believe, in September of 2019. We have now partnered with more than 750 employers, over 1,700 individual members from around the world, all working towards creating a larger ecosystem of open skills data to move forward with skills-based hiring and ed practices. We've established a number of working groups that have really helped us with some momentum and actual deliverables coming out of this collaborative, the largest being the open skills libraries that are being published, as well as the open skills management tool. And we also completed 14 spring pilot projects where we had employers, education institutions, and tech providers coming together to help give feedback and input into the open skills management tool and to actually author rich skills descriptors that can be shared out with the community and beyond. We're also in the process of another set of skill collaboratives right now that are happening with a cross-functional group of organizations. These collaboratives are focused on making rich skills descriptors and structured skills data actionable, creating use cases around how structured skills data like this can be used, and developing some best practices and information for organizations so that no matter their starting point, whether they are working at the scale of WGU or not, can use skills in a way that meets them where they are. Because all of that is important in really helping structured skills data flourish and move us even closer to the day where we are all using more skills-based practices on behalf of our learner workers. Here, there's a link to the Open Skills Network in the slides. I believe these are available to you. Please check it out, keep up to date, sign up and join us, follow along, and think about how you might be able to help some of the efforts of this organization as we move towards this work together. And this is where I will turn it over to Darren Hobbs now that I've laid the foundation for skills data and all of that infrastructure that needed to be built to create some really excellent, powerful information and tools for our learners. So Darren, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Casey. Hello, everyone. I'm Darren Hobbs, the Vice President of Academic Records, Credentials, and Career here at Western Governors University. I'm the former registrar as well. And before I dive into the Indiana Achievement Wallet, I want to kind of give you the why that we are doing this from my perspective, my personal perspective. You know, I grew up in a small town in Texas, and my first job was with Kmart because they were the only employer other than fast food in this little bitty town, and I was lucky enough to be able to get a job with them. I was not the brightest bulb in public education. I came from a family that had no real college background or experience or drive to pursue higher ed. My options and my future were limited. Self-imposed limitations, sure, but they were limited. I lacked awareness of what was available. I didn't know how to take the next step. I didn't know where to turn. So as a result, I have lived a directionless life. All of my jobs and work experience can be summed up in me being in the right place at the right time. Someone calling me saying, "Hey, have you thought about this?" Uh, Most of my experience was in insurance because my mother was in insurance. And then luckily, again, through happenstance, I landed at Western Governors University and was a student liaison. And then the associate provost of academic services asked if I would be the registrar when our current registrar back in the time was leaving the position. I said, I have no idea what a registrar does. I went to college, so I know that that's where I go to get my transcript. She's like, don't worry about it. I can teach you how to be a registrar, but what I can't teach you is what we need in a registrar, which is the ability to solve complex problems that navigates policy, regulation, and our customer need, our student needs, to bring satisfaction to that experience. And those are all the things that you had to develop. Those are all the skills you had to develop working in insurance, where you adjudicated claims on behalf of the claimants representing the policy underwriters. I was an independent adjuster. She saw in me transferable skills from my background in insurance that I had no awareness that I had those skills and could apply them. So my personal story is I suffered insecurity, self-esteem. I led a directionless life, being bandied about by the winds. And I would even go so far as to say that there was no intentionality to what I was doing occupationally. In terms of my studies, I pursued a psychology degrees. I have 2 degrees because it seemed like an easy major. So here I am today, 56 years later, and I think I found my calling. And that is, I don't want people to have that experience ever again. I want people to understand you have value. There is a place for you. You are talented. You have skills. And if you are aware of those things, now you have choices. And we can show you those choices. We can show you those pathways to opportunity. All of that, along with extraordinary partnership with organizations and like-minded individuals, built on top of the brilliant work that Casey and her team have done around skills. All of that culminates now in this vision of a learning and employment record with an achievement wallet that provides compassing or pathways to opportunity. And we are demonstrating this through a minimal viable product and limited availability pilot in the Indiana Achievement Wallet. And we're just scratching the surface. We have grand visions now that we have launched this about what more we can do, what we will do. So what I'm going to show you is what is actually available today to the learners that are participating. The last slide that I will show you is more aspirational, but it's on deck for development. So that first page that I showed you, let me go back, is where a learner lands. This is a mock learner, but the credentials that all of this information is coming from, these are real credentials. When they get into the wallet, the first thing they see is their skills profile represented by this T shape. Where the skills are kind of clustered into 3 discrete areas. And the solid squares represent the skills that this learner now possesses because of her credentials. The diagonal blocks represent skills gaps. These are skills that she's missing based upon the medical assistant's job role that she is investigating. If she were to change that to a different job role, that graph would change as well. So when she's in her profile, she's able to then go in and look at, well, where do these skills come from? Well, they're coming from her credentials that are being expressed digitally with all of that rich skills information that Casey was speaking about. And they show up inside her wallet in here, the My Records section. And you can see that she has 3 credentials that are showing on this slide, 2 from the Goodwill Excel Centers, 1 from Vincennes University. What we're calling out here through the exploded boxes is some of the functionality. This privacy indicator means that she can toggle at a credential level whether or not she wants information about that credential, never her identity, but just information about that credential discoverable by employers or even other institutions of higher ed. So she can mark it private, and then that information cannot be searched or found. She can make it public, and then she would show up in searches. Again, not her identity, just the fact that she has what someone is looking for. When she's issued new credentials, she's notified that there are new credentials or new achievements awaiting her review and acceptance. She can reject those if she finds something in error. And by rejecting it, then she engages with the issuer of the credential to resolve any issues before she accepts it, and it becomes part of her wallet. She can then dive into these credentials and start to understand them because we've created them to be transparent. She can read a description about the credential. She can then look into, well, what are my skills within this credential? And here we're showing that these skills came to this credential and were associated to this credential through the Open Skills Management tool that Casey was talking about. These are skills that are identified as being requirements for medical assisting, and they have been embedded into the offering that Vincennes University is providing. So they are aligned to this credential. She can then go further and look more into the skills, read a description of the skill. She can see a categorization like ambulatory skills are categorized as hard and technical. She can then start to investigate her pathways based upon her credentials. Here we're showing that she's looking at medical assistance. And this is a powerful function that I love about the wallet because once she starts looking into her career pathway options, we immediately surface to her some really interesting and usable data about this job role. She can see the types of credentials or education attainment levels that other people typically hold as medical assistants. She can look at employment projections for this job role. She can look at the annual earnings information about this job role. But she can also see who's actually advertising to hire medical assistants right now in real time in a geolocated fashion. Who's hiring in my community, who's hiring in my county, my state, or across the nation. We can surface that to her through these alignments made possible through the skills data. She can then click learn more on any one of these employers and be taken to their website where they're advertising for this position and then even apply directly with that employer all through the wallet. But she wants to go back and investigate those missing skills, the skills gap that was represented by those diagonal lined blocks. And she's looking at this one here called CPT coding. And she thinks maybe I want to go ahead and obtain that skill as well. So by clicking on the training resources that you see here in the exploded box, we can then surface to her, well, here's some educational opportunities where you can start to obtain those missing skills. Because Ivy Tech is a partner with us in this program, we're showing the Ivy Tech opportunities where she could gain additional credentials in order to address and shore up those missing skills, if that's her desire. We will take this functionality and make it even more robust as we continue to iterate in the wallet. The same way I'm about to show you in terms of the aspirations around career opportunity. So here we go back to her career pathway view, where that same medical assistance is showing up for her. But what's on deck, what we're launching next, is this branching tree. Well, from medical assistance, here's where you can go next. And what do I need in order to pursue, say, registered nurse versus a radiologist technician? If she goes and clicks on any one of these bubbles, all of the occupational information that I was showing you earlier about that occupation shows up for her as well. But also her skills profile will change. What she'll be able to see is, how do my current skills align to these other job roles? What are my skills gaps? And again, where can I go to obtain those missing skills? So we are deliberately trying to make obvious to learners, here's what you possess, here's how it applies in context to the job market. Where you have gaps, here's where you can go and shore up those gaps. And from where you're at in terms of your career aspirations, here are next steps. Here's where you can go beyond that next step. And here's how you can get there. Now, as we continue to iterate upon the wallet, all of this becomes more sophisticated, more seamless, more elegant, including the ability to curate a unique record to target an employer so that she's delivering to that employer exactly what they're looking for, whether she has a degree or not, to show that she qualifies. In terms of the education opportunities, she'll be able to see where she can go to get those missing skills, but she'll also be able to see how her existing credentials apply as credit toward that next educational opportunity, so that she has a clear understanding of how I'm going to receive credit should I pursue this institution for this next education opportunity. Lastly, we also recognize that as cool as the technology is, there are many individuals that face real barriers to accessing education and occupational opportunities, whether that's food insecurity, housing, transportation, even the comfort level with technology or the devices that they need. So we're also building around the Indiana Achievement Wallet what we call the wraparound services of community of care, where what we will be able to surface into the wallet as well is opportunities to avail themselves of community-based services that can help them address their needs, their barriers, remove those or ameliorate those so that they can pursue these opportunities and engage with the learners so that they can start meeting those needs with some immediacy so that they can pursue their lifelong dream, career ambitions, education, desires, etc. All of this is meant to empower people to understand their value, the talent they possess, how it applies in context, and how they can take their next step. That's what's driving everything we're doing. And as Casey said earlier, we're doing all of this in an interoperable way using open data standards. There's nothing proprietary about this. We expect that this technology should be able to plug into other efforts in the same vein, that the market could develop applications that can plug into this to deliver even more value. I think that's my last slide. I do want to go ahead and call out that, just like Casey said around the Open Skills Network, we couldn't have done this without our valued partners to deliver this. And here you see everyone that we worked with on the Indiana Achievement Wallet that was generously funded by the Lilly Endowment. And we are continuing our work. We're starting our next phase of iteration on the Indiana Achievement Wallet. We're kicking off and we're basically trudging forward. Is that the last slide, Casey?
It is.
So I think we might have a little bit of time for some Q&A.
Thank you all so much. Very much appreciate you sharing the robust information. You guys have quite the data system going on, which for those of us that geek out on data stuff, it was super exciting. So thank you very much. With that, I'd like to open up for questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Chisholm Burns.
Thank you. Great presentation, and a story is always a way to get people in tune to the importance of this. I have a question, and it's more of a fundamental question, and it might be my own, how can I say it, my own narrow niche that I know. In working with HR departments at several organizations, the gatekeeper is often the degree, and then they learn about these skills later. Okay, so I see the nods of the heads. You know exactly where I'm going with this, right? And so people will come in here and they'll say, you know, Dr. Chisholm, I could do X, Y, and Z. And that's cool because I want you to do X, Y, and Z, right? And, you know, you have to have I'm making this up, a master's degree. They really could care less probably what the master's degree is, unless the job description requires a certain master's degree. My point is, there's these factors, hardcore factors, that are the gatekeepers, and you don't even get into the next phase if you don't check off these boxes. So my question is one of reality, and I understand change has to happen somewhere. You seem to have I'm going to use Casey's word, the infrastructure is built up, but is this infrastructure ahead of the marketplace? So I think you understand my question.
So, yes, the infrastructure is ahead of the HR departments, but we're addressing that through like the community of care that I mentioned in terms of the Indiana Achievement Wallet. And Casey talked about the Open Skills Network. We are making deliberate efforts to work with employers and sector employers to understand that the degree is a barrier, despite the fact that we can deliver individuals with the skills that you need, the skills that you're advertising for. But as long as you say that, and the baccalaureate degree is required, we're going to encounter that barrier. As an employer, you're going to impose that barrier, and our learners are still facing an access barrier. So what can we do to change that? Through the work of the Open Skills Network, where we work with employers, as well as our community of care in our partnership with the Markle Foundation, Rework America. And we're also in partnership or developing a partnership with EdAssist Bright Horizons.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
To start working with employers to help them to understand that they got to change their ways. They have to move to a skills-based employment system. And I do believe it will happen.
So how successful have you been with that? Even within, again, I have an end of maybe 3 or 4 employees over my career, but even people within this system, when you know they can do the skill set, and you say, well, I would like to promote this person to this because they can do these things, and we know this because they've been working 10 years here doing these things. That still is a barrier. So my question is, how successful have you been with these deliberate employers to make that change? Because that seems like a huge hurdle.
So I can speak to what we've done with the Indiana Achievement Wallet. Casey might be able to give you some information through the work with OSN. But for example, we're currently partnered with 2 employer partners in Indiana on the wallet, to health providers. And we've introduced them to the concept. We have shown them what this looks like. We have demonstrated how we can deliver the talent that they need. And those 2 employers said, we're in. We'll hire. In fact, how quickly can you get us on board and engaged with this technology so that we can start making job offers? Because we are desperate for medical assistants. We are desperate for pharmacy technicians. And I don't know if they had a talk with their HR department. I don't know what happened, but they are ready to go. So I think that at least anecdotally, in terms of the experience of the Indiana Achievement Wallet, There are employers that are ready to take that leap. And maybe it's through their senior leadership that they're able to get around some of those barriers. But as you said, the conversation has to start somewhere.
I think the only thing I would add to that is, you have addressed a real need, and it is going to be a challenge, and one of the next steps I think that we need to continue to push on to get this moving at scale. I think part of the reliance on the degree is that filtering mechanism is because until now there hasn't been a better way, and it's just what everyone is defaulting to because it is standard, it's what we've always used. But what we're finding now is that there is a better system. We're also seeing major employers like Apple and Google who are already moving from degree as being the major filtering source for how they are sourcing their talent, moving to more of a credential-based framework. So when you see big names like that starting to take hold, I think we'll just continue to see that trend. We've also had some real interest in, other major national employers like Walmart, who are exploring skills-based pathways for their employees internally, and how that might be a better mechanism for them as well. So there's still work to be done. I think continue to watch and see, and anything any of you can do to help in that effort would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Rothermel.
I think this is great as a business owner, and we've been able to test to make sure that people could fit in culturally, but I've never been able to test to make sure they had the skills that I needed. So this sort of thing is perfect for me. But I have a question. Western Governors University is an online university, as I understand it. And so I'm not sure which one of you would answer this, but for probably about a dozen years, I've been saying, well, this online is terrific. You can learn everything online that you can learn in person. And then I have all these other friends of mine that tell me, no, they have to be here in person. So I would like for you to explain that to me. What do you think are areas that you have struggled with in terms of online? And then you would say, well, maybe they have a point. They'd be better off with that in person. But everything else is fine. And actually, we can do just as good a job, and it saves a lot of money, and it's a much better idea. So any one of you that wants to tackle that.
I'll see if Kim wants to respond
So
first.
I will be glad to respond. And then Darren, I welcome your feedback on this one as well. Having come out of traditional higher ed myself, and of course I did a very traditional higher ed program, graduating with my bachelor's degree in 1987, before there was anything like an internet. And having also taught, I was a history professor for many years before I moved into administration, and actually was one of those that raised my hand in the early 1990s and said, sure, I'll try to teach a course online. We didn't know what we were doing. We were just figuring out, as we put our syllabus online, we put some quizzes online, and we hoped for the best. So we learned by doing. But what I will say is, my experience with WGU has shown that online does not have to mean without resource. So WGU does a tremendous job of providing a mentor who talks to our students every week. We provide course instructors for every course. My own adult daughter, who is pursuing a teaching degree in elementary and special ed, is enrolled at WGU because she is a working mom, and this is the best fit for her. So I know a lot about what it looks like from her perspective. She gets far more support from her mentor, who lives in Clarksville and talks to her every week, and from her course instructors, who come from all over the place, although many of them have also been from Tennessee, than I ever got as a student in a traditional program. Rather than having to seek out that support is pushed out to her. And so it's there. She almost can't get away from it because our mentors reach out almost in a case management type of format to their students and are held accountable for how their students do in the program. So it is a tremendously flexible and supportive environment. Now, I will say, when she gets ready to do her student teaching in a couple of years, she will have to do that in a classroom. And she will have people, she will have clinical supervisors who will come in and watch her do her thing. So there are certain aspects of learning that still need to be done on the ground, particularly for clinical programs, health programs, and education programs. But we found a way to do that and provide support when needed on ground without having to go out and build a bunch of campuses. And so certainly the technology is there. What is often lacking right now in online programs, particularly for institutions that had to pivot during COVID and didn't really have time to build infrastructure, is the support, what we call the community of care. Without that, online can be very dissatisfying to students, but it's because you don't have the community of care built in. I think that is the secret sauce that makes WGU so successful. So Darren, I'll let you share from your own journey other insights on that.
I don't know that I have anything of value to add. You represented that so well. We do also make it possible, though, for learners that are in natural cohorts, like around specific courses that people are engaged in, not at the same time, because we are independent of time and place, but they're all registered and participating in the course. They can collaborate with each other. So it's not, online does not mean isolated.
Thank you. Good answers.
Any other questions?
Kimberly and Darren and Casey, this is Glenn Swift. Wonderful discussion there, and I really applaud you for what you're doing. I was just wondering if we could kind of take this the other direction and take this down to, say, a seventh grader or a freshman, and as a tool to inspire them that there's a future out there, and here's kind of start thinking about. So it would be inappropriate at this point to talk about achievement, because my guess is they haven't got the knowledge transfer nor the application of the knowledge yet to create the skill. But any thought that you have around that topic, creating interest in students in education?
So if I may, if my colleagues will allow me to maybe take the first approach to this. The skills that Casey has spoken about, of course, are age agnostic. So even in K through 12, if through a thoughtful approach, skills can be identified and embedded within learning experiences and then surfaced by way of achievements, there's no reason why that can't start flowing into a wallet ecosystem that could be used to create that understanding of the value of learning even at that young age and start to paint a picture of possibilities toward occupation in the future. I think that can be done. I think, of course, we need to be very judicious about how we present, keeping in mind all of the age requirements in terms of privacy, regulatory environment, and representing a reality that's understood at a specific age level. But I think that can be done, and we're already anticipating that the wallet that I have demonstrated to you can and should be deployed at the high school level. Whether or not we go below high school, I don't see why not, but it's not on deck right now.
Great, thank you.
This is Todd Dixon. I just super fast follow up on that because I was super interested in that same idea at the high school level. Is there anybody in that open skills network right now that is like a district or a high school that is kind of piloting what a wallet might look like for a high school student?
And I'm not sure necessarily that it's part of the OSN ecosystem. I would have to follow up. I'm not as up to speed on what the member base looks like in composition, but I do know, Darren, that you have had some conversations around some players in the K-12 space that are exploring.
Yeah, I'll point out that Goodwill Excel Centers is actually a high school, but it's a high school that mostly it's adults that are attending that never finished high school, never obtained a GED, but it is a high school. But there's a group in Texas, in Dallas, that is working within the high school system in Dallas, specifically in bridging high school to community college, and they have an achievement wallet solution that is interesting. And of course, we want them to plug into what we're developing. We want to plug into them. But I do think that the specific use cases around high school have yet to fully emerge, but it's right on the horizon, especially when you look at dual enrollment, AP, all of these things, IBT, all of these things are appropriate to flow into the wallet and start creating the tree of opportunities for these young learners.
Well, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate you all being here today. I love this concept of a wallet into high school as well as you, Todd. Kind of interesting to see what sort of cases come out of that. You all have shared a wealth of information. Just thank you very much for spending this time with us. With that, commissioners, we are at a little past lunchtime. So it is 12:25 right now, depending on where you are, Central Time. How about can we reconvene at 12:40 or 1:40 Eastern Time? That'd be fantastic. Excellent. Enjoy inhaling your food, and we'll see you in a few. We got 3. We just need 2 more. There's Glenn. One more. One more camera on. That's all I'm asking for of a commissioner. Yay! We got quorum after lunch. I'm sure Chris and Dolores will join us soon enough. I hope you all enjoyed your hoovered food, if you so chose to go down that route. This was like, this morning has been like a world of information. My brain's just like swirling between the legislative update and the 3 different speaker groups that we had come and talk with us. Like, just a lot of great information, some strong questions. So I thank you for everyone's participation. Next up, we have a favorite topic of many of our success metrics. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to lead us in this discussion.
All right. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a group return from lunch so promptly. So this is kind of amazing. Good job. All right. So we kind of have 2 big chunks of information to tackle in the next couple of hours. The first of which is success metrics. Paul, if you can go to the next slide, please. So we're going to spend the next up to 60 minutes or so. We can spend less if we need it, a little bit more if we need it, but that's kind of what we're anchoring towards, talking about success metrics. And just to anchor us in how we got to the metrics that we're going to talk about today, in our last 2 meetings of last year, you all discussed the need to provide a set of metrics to the legislature that would indicate the success of adopted recommendations. So in December, we refined that thinking some and agreed on some guidelines for what those metrics should look like. One is that they should be manageable in number. We have 14 metrics proposed right now. 2, that they should be ambitious and achievable. 3, that they should be aligned to the 9 priority areas identified in your year 2 report. And 4, that they should connect to existing data sources so we can establish baselines. So what's our starting point, and what are we measuring against? So we took that feedback and we refined a set of metrics. And then in our one-on-one conversations with each of you in the last couple of months, we gathered your feedback. And we asked you for strong preferences on what should be included or not among the ones we were working with at the time, whether there were missing metrics, and how you felt about the number and structure of the metrics overall. I know, based on this morning's conversation, I think we've had a couple of different ideas floating around what the metrics are for. So before we kind of dive into the specifics, I just want to kind of make sure that we're still thinking about these in the same way. So I think we were thinking about these metrics in terms of what are kind of the high level aspirational outcomes that you would expect to be true if the legislature passed your recommendations, those were implemented well, and sort of what would be true in the future. So that's kind of how these are drafted. But I know we've talked a bit about implementation and implementation fidelity and a little bit more around process. So before we dive too deeply, just want to take a pause there and see how people are feeling about the general approach to metrics, which was a smaller number of higher level, more outcomes based metrics.
Open it up to the floor. Any comments on that? Chris says yes. Glenn says I think that was a yes. I see a lot of head nodding.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the bobblehead nod as saying yes. We want to keep this as concise.
I'd like to comment.
Yes, please.
First off, very good work that you've done as always here. I would tend to err on the side though, or go the other direction. Very specific, quantifiable, time bound. So rather than wait till 2030, what are we going to get done in 2023, 24, or at least the progress? And I know you've got that in some of these. The other one I would offer up is, as we communicate, I think it's going to be very important to communicate our work. It's going to get communicated for us, and we ought to influence that. We're out with parents, we're with students. I think it's important we be able to say, here's what we intended to come from. Here's the desired consequences from our recommendations. So that's just kind of my view of this. I think it's very important to inspect what we expect. And so what do we expect from our recommendations?
Glenn, I want to rephrase that back to you, make sure I understand and kind of align it some. One is a short number of key actionable outcomes based and
Right.
measurable outcomes for a future state,
Right.
whatever that might be. And then I think you added something really important there is defining what our expected outcomes would be, what describing what that would experience, what you said consequences, and I'm trying to think of a different word where we're further illustrating what the results are that we're expecting. So here's the metric, here's the time frame, but this is really what we expect to see in the marketplace by 2030, for example, whatever year we so add from a time frame standpoint. And then backing that up, what are the key milestones along that route where legislators or anyone else can say, we think we're going in the right direction or we're not going in the right direction. Is that correct? Am I understanding you correctly?
You're right on. When we recommend that we go and add this many coaches or, nurses and all, what's going to be the desired outcome of that? What will we see differently by a certain date, or it could be around literacy and numeracy by 2025, we expect to be on target literacy, a third grader, something like very specific, very quantifiable, so that who gets charged to implement these recommendations will have really specific things that, hey, this is what you go to bed at night thinking about, and when you get up in the morning, you think about.
Okay.
And maybe that's just a victim of my past and in measuring what we inspect. So that's maybe too much business perspective, but I think that's kind of where we need to move here.
Perfect.
I'm sure Frank can add to that too. So
Frank adds 2 thumbs up. All right. Well, we will keep going and bear that in mind. And I think we'll need to think a little bit about what those kind of interim milestones might look like and how we link those things together. But Paul, if you can go to the next slide. We summarized the kind of themes that we heard in your feedback on the metrics, and I'll name these now before we go into the metrics, just so you can kind of hold them in your head while we're reviewing the metrics themselves and think about what changes we might make to the metrics that we have. So one is coverage. want to make sure that the metrics are covering all of our priorities adequately. I think there's probably a couple of places where we could push and pull here, but we do have some metrics aligned to each of the 9 priorities. But that's one thing to sort of think about as we review the metrics themselves. Are we adequately covering what we would like to see if, say, the legislature adopted all of the recommendations under a particular priority? New recommendations to evaluate certain policy issues. So there's a call for more recommendations around innovation. We're going to talk later today about some potential additional recommendations under innovation, which is something that we talked about refining a bit at the end of year 2 and needing to flesh that out more. So some additional metrics may kind of surface as a result of those conversations as well. A desire to elevate teacher recruitment, retention, and development. Oh, you're trying to throw me off here. Trying to more directly measure students' preparedness for college and careers, and to include more metrics tied to outcomes aligned to TCATs. And then structurally, a call to apply an equity lens to the metrics rather than a universal approach. I think we have, in some cases, in some metrics, identified the need to have no gaps, for example, across student groups. But we could certainly add that type of language if that meets that need across a few more. There are a few where folks would like to move the deadline up. We kind of keyed most of the metrics around 2030 as kind of a round number. It's not a magic number by any stretch, and we can play with those timelines, certainly. One area that was raised as particularly relevant was around broadband infrastructure and the need to not wait until 2030 to push for improvement there. Indicating what government agency is responsible for each individual metric. I think this is maybe one of the more challenging pieces of feedback to implement in a short list of metrics because the recommendations themselves speak to different owners of different actions. And, you know, as Nathan was voicing over this morning about the complexity, there's layers of governance, there's different actors involved. So just something that we'll need to think about as we think about those metrics. Interim or process measures attached to some metrics. I think this piece of feedback speaks to Glenn's point around milestones and potentially establishing some interim sort of how do we know we're moving in the right direction kinds of measures. And then the last piece was to use a theory of change model to present the metrics and recommendations. So I think to tie them more tightly to the recommendations themselves and map them to individual recommendations. So if X and Y, then Z. And that's something we can certainly think about. That adds to the complexity of the presentation of the metrics, but we can certainly think about how we might map those if that's something that the group wants to move forward with. So that's a quick overview of the feedback. And I will say, you know, these are the places where folks indicated that they might want to see some changes or some tweaks. But overall, I think we had pretty good alignment on the direction we were headed. So, you know, I don't offer all of this feedback to say that we need to start over, but rather that I think we're looking at incremental change. Okay. Moving to the next slide, the metrics themselves. Okay, so this is half of them. I said we had 14. We can't fit them all in one slide. So I want to review them quickly, and then we'll come back to some of those pieces of feedback and think about whether we're adequately covering, whether we have the right timelines, and some of those specific pieces of feedback. But the first priority in order that it appears in the report is ensure students master literacy and numeracy skills. We've got a metric related to the growth in the percent of third graders scoring proficient in reading on state tests with no gaps by race, ethnicity, income, disability, or status as an English learner, with a goal of 100% proficiency by 2030. And we have a similar measure related to numeracy, but that's anchored on 8th grade rather than 3rd grade. The next priority is addressing learning remediation and acceleration needs. The first one, by 2030, the percentage of first-time freshmen attending community colleges required remediation decreases by half. So that kind of gets a little at college and career readiness from one angle, which was one piece of feedback that we heard. And then the second one there addresses college and career readiness kind of from the other angle. So by 2030, Tennessee will reach a 95% four-year adjusted cohort high school graduation rate. Basically, if you start ninth grade, you graduate 4 years later across all subgroups of students. So addressing that equity gap there in the graduation data. Do you want to stop and talk about individual metrics as we go, or would you rather hear, like, remind yourselves of all of them first and then come back? I'm
I would
seeing
suggest,
questions in the chat.
yeah, I'm seeing a lot as well. I would suggest let's run through them really quickly, and then can we backtrack so we can have further discussions? Because I know there's specific comments to some of these. I think also Dolores's microphone is not working again. I don't know whether anyone can help her with that. Yes, we still can't hear you. So if someone can help her with that while we continue going through these, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think she's got to unmute the phone because she's actually talking through a phone link.
Okay.
Okay, very good. All right, so the third priority is to strengthen, retain, expand, and diversify the state's education professionals. The fifth metric there is around retention, but we wanted to include a quality metric there that we're retaining our most effective teachers. So it's a goal around retaining a larger share of its highly effective teachers than its less effective teachers, with no gaps based on geography or student population across districts. And then the second one is increasing the percentage of educators who identify as people of color by 2x. That doubling was something that lots of folks asked about, and this was just a sort of, we had to throw a number out there for you all to react to so we can talk about what makes the most sense there if we keep this metric. The next priority is equip schools and districts to address students' well-being needs. By 2030, 100% of schools will be fully funding support staff, nurses, school counselors, et cetera, in line with the recommendations outlined in the BEP, which is the state's school funding formula. This one is a little different from the others in that it's a little bit more of an input measure and less of an outcome measure. So just something to flag for you all to think about. We can go to the next page. The next priority is optimize capacity for flexible, high quality school options. This is where the broadband comes in. By 2030, 100% of schools will have the broadband access and device capacity necessary to support their students in a virtual capacity. This is one where there is an interest in pulling that timeline up more tightly to the present. And one question I had is whether we want to anchor this to schools or to communities. I think one of the things that we heard quite a bit during the height of the pandemic was that a major part of the challenge for students when schools were remote wasn't that their school didn't have broadband, it was that they didn't have broadband at home or didn't have a device at home. So something to think about there. The next priority is around redesigning high school to ensure students have access to flexible pathways to college and career. We have two proposed metrics here. By 2030, the percentage of high school graduates ready for post-secondary and career will double. So this alludes to what Commissioner Gresham was talking about this morning, where we have relatively high graduation rates for all students, not necessarily across all student subgroups, but we have relatively low percentage of students who are meeting that college and career readiness benchmark. By 2030, number 10 here, more than half of all high school students will participate in at least one early post-secondary opportunity with no gaps across student subgroups. So this speaks to getting that college credit while students are still in high school, those transferable credits and closing equity gaps there. The next priority, streamline post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning. Number 11 is the Drive to 55 goal. By 2025, 55% of Tennesseans will hold a post-secondary degree or certificate. And then number 12 speaks a little bit more from the job market side, the employer side. By 2030, Tennessee will close the skills gap for in-demand jobs. The next priority is strengthening alignment across the K-12 post-secondary and workforce systems. By 2030, Tennessee's K-12 post-secondary and workforce systems will be aligned on which agency is accountable for the goals outlined here, and we'll have a process in place to track progress. So this is a little bit, I think, of passing the buck on defining some process measures, but pushing it down to the agencies who would actually be in charge of implementation and asking them to agree on who is in charge and who is responsible and accountable, which may be a solution to the issue with the recommendations are pointing to different entities across the state. And then our last priority is incentivize locally led innovation. Our last metric, by 2030, Tennessee's Innovation Hub will have provided at least however many dollars in grants to districts, schools, and our educators to support local innovation. This is one where if we refine recommendations, which you may want to do, there may be a different metric that rises to the surface. But those are the 14 metrics that we're working with right now, obviously in draft form. And again, just to remind you, we're thinking about whether we feel that these metrics adequately cover what we want to cover. If we're imagining that this is the future state we're looking at, if all of these recommendations are implemented, want to push on some of those timelines perhaps. And then there are specific pieces of feedback around college career readiness and equity, and then ensuring that the TCATs show up in these metrics as well. So I will pause there. And questions, reactions.
Jennifer, why don't we go back to the previous slide and kind of, because there will be questions and reactions, I think, to each of these.
Yeah. All right, so we can start with our literacy and numeracy skills metrics. And
Todd, I think you had a perspective on that.
Yeah, this isn't a hill I would die on by any means, but I just think I often hear from teachers and other folks when you set 100% goals that people don't take it seriously then, and because it's actually, there's no school in the country. I mean, there's very, very rare grade levels maybe in the country that get 100% proficiency. So I think 90% would still put us clearly at the top in the country, and it would be probably just, we wouldn't alienate some people that it's an unrealistic goal.
Does anyone have any objections to that change?
Ms. Glenn, my only point would be it almost appears to be a Hail Mary, so to speak, in sports analogy, that we're going to rock along till 2030. And then, by the way, we better jump a tall hoop, whether it's 90% or 100%. I would like to see us have some graduation in that says, you know, and by 2025, we're going to be today we're at 30%. We're going to be here, and that we can articulate that to people, we measure. And for the legislature to give up their money, give money up, this is kind of the value proposition. This is what we're going to return. If you think about classic definition of value, is it worth what's paid for? And so this is where we're going to deliver 90% of students be proficient in literacy by X date.
I would add to that a common way that we would then maybe do it in the school would just, I mean, it's a linear, I mean, you could just do a linear back down of that between where we are now and then. But I agree with you, Glenn, that having, or stating that they need to do the math on that to figure out where they need to be each year. I mean, we could do it for them as well.
Sure.
I think one point that's worth considering is that under the state's accountability system, districts do have interim goals around these kinds of measures already. And so do we want to put forth a sort of separate set of interim goals, or do we want to set that aspirational final goal and maybe have some messaging in here around we're expecting sort of steady continued progress year over year that is ultimately culminating in 90% or wherever we land on that final level?
Mr. Chisholm Burns?
Yeah, you know, if like I tell my son, if some of these things were easy, I would have figured it out by now, right? So this is how I feel about these goals, right? I struggle in many ways, but let me tell you what my current struggle is that suppose, and I don't know individual schools' data. I imagine some of them, because I've never seen a range. I've never seen school level data. Okay, so I'm coming from a very neonatal point of view on this, okay, very naive. let's say I'm in charge of a school where this third grade literacy level it's low. It's the bottom. I don't know what that looks like. Let's say it's 20%.
Less than 5%. You can go even that low.
It's what, 5%? Is that what you?
There are schools in our state that have less than 5% of their students proficient in reading and math.
Okay, all right. So, uh, and then you want me to go to 90% by 2030? Is that really realistic? 100% is out the question, but if I'm in charge of a school at 5%, no way, folks. And so I don't know how to make this real, because we got to make sure that we protect our most vulnerable students. Because they're the minors. Here we go again. Yeah, Miss Marie, she's woke up. The minors canary. And we're only going to be as strong as they are. The people that are 90%, I imagine we have some of those too. That's not what this particular metric is all about. But I know this is not easy. Otherwise, we would have figured this out by now.
Can I ask a quick question about the, is this 30%, is this proficiency rating by 2030 about the new onboarding cohorts? I mean, we're not talking about remediating prior cohorts of students to get proficient. We're talking about cohorts progressing in, like say by 2030, cohorts progressing are being instructed properly, if you will, to be proficient. Is that right? We're not talking about remediating, by 2030, all 8 prior cohorts of not proficient students. We're talking about students moving through the pipeline at that time. That, I think, is a little bit different conversation, because then you're talking about putting in the infrastructure components to ensure that we're delivering proper instruction to get students proficient.
I would say, I hear you got an important question, Lou, and I don't know the answer to that, but I would say you don't get all your infrastructure all at one time, especially these places that are 5%. There's other things going on that's going to take a lifetime worth of work to untangle and put on track. And I just don't want to see the most vulnerable populations get punished by metrics that makes it worse, because I don't think any of us want to make it worse for them.
Can I interject just a little bit? I mean, so it's just hard on my brain to get to where the world is, that all the prerequisites would be met for us to be able to see the direct relationship between every one of these recommendations being implemented and these numbers. It would be awfully easy, if we aren't extremely careful about how we word this stuff, talking about the priorities, for an agency which has been tasked to do something innovative, which they probably don't want to do, because if they did, they would have thunk it up and done it, right? And so they're forced to do so because the law says to do so. They don't necessarily do so with the greatest alacrity and zeal. I mean, one of the old adages of politics is personnel is policy. It's why you hire people who want to make those changes when you seek to implement them. We could do a whole lot of damage to future potential reforms by setting up our success metrics in a way that could not possibly be reached. And at that point in time, we're moving this thing backwards. I've just been around watching things come and go since I was 20, right? In terms of something put into a law, and then how do we determine exactly what the effect has been? It took the reforms that Dolores wrote in 2009 and 10, other ones that were brought at that point in time. It took till at least 2014, 2015 to really see the changes that came from that. And those were reforms that, at least many of them, were faithfully executed by people who shared that vision. We cannot account for that happening in this case. And so my only word of caution is somebody who's kind of watched this stuff for a long time is be careful about setting the bar to a place where somebody 5 years from now can say, oh, well, we tried that. I mean, when we're having discussions about students being able to show proficiency and get out of class, oh, well, this state tried that, it didn't work. Did they? Did they do it on a large scale? Did they do it on a small scale? It's all they need is a few counterexamples to move everything, or as much as they can, back to what is comfortable for them and not what necessarily moves kids to the finish line. So I just say that with complete affection for everybody in their perspective. I get it. You want to be able to say, hey, look, it worked. But you might be dealing with people who effectively don't like the idea of their world changing.
I wonder if one option would be to set sort of more general language around what would be true in sort of the future state that meets your vision that is aligned to these different priorities. So, you know, what the vision and ensure students master literacy and numeracy skills is a future state where all students are proficient in math and English language arts, and that the metric is progress towards that ultimate reality that meets or exceeds state goals. So pushing to be more aggressive perhaps than is laid out in the state's ESSA plan, their federal accountability plan, but not anchoring to a specific 100%, 90% by X date. Because I think Nathan makes a good point that there are a lot of ingredients that go into proficiency. We want to hold on to higher level, simpler metrics, and it is very hard to to draw a straight line between any given piece of policy or legislation and an outcome like proficiency. So that could be an alternative as we set a vision for each of these priorities of what the world looks like, and we map that to things that are being measured.
This is Glenn. I realize this is not easy, and I don't know the history. Just bear with me. But it just seems to me we're getting ready to spend, what we spend today, $7 billion, $11 billion a year on education, a million students, 200,000 are secondary, post-secondary. Seems like, what are we going to get in return for that other than feeling good that we spent $7 billion? It seems to me we could put something here that gets at what you're talking about. It says each district will increase X percent in literacy over the next whatever years until they reach a goal of a target of 90%, whatever. Because Lou, I think you're right, 100% not reasonable probably. But we heard from pretty much everybody, this is our top priority, to be literate. Employers said, I really want people that can read and write, and it'd be helpful if they can communicate. But, so it's beyond the technical skills. So this is my plea that says, we ought to be able to put something in here that says, here's how we're going to measure our progress towards where we're going to be. And this is ultimately what we're trying to do. So that's my plea for this one. I'm not arguing it ought to be 100%, but I don't think it ought to be a Hail Mary in 2030 that we're going to suddenly jump from 5% to 100% either. So throw rocks at me if you want to, but I think that this is big dollars we're spending. We got employers. I'd like to see one that says we won't have a single job that go unfilled due to lack of skills. That we don't have that one in there.
Jennifer, do we know which state performs best in the number of third graders who are proficient in reading the number of third graders proficient in reading? And do we know what that number is? That'd be useful as a metric, I guess, baseline.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head right now. And third grade is hard because states aren't comparable, because their tests and standards are different. But we can look at the national, at the NAEP scores, which measures fourth grade, and Massachusetts is usually vying for that top spot. And we can pull that data. I don't remember it off the top of my head, the most recent NAEP data.
Yeah, fair enough. I just maybe we want to tie this to, if we're the only one measuring it and nobody else is measuring it and we don't know what other people have done, then it becomes pretty arbitrary. And the problem with arbitrary goals is that people start to define, they start to change the metric to meet what they're doing, to say, well, we're going to exclude the people who couldn't read in first grade, and we'll exclude children with disabilities or whatever it may be. And so I think it would be useful for at least to have some kind of a standard. The discussion's great here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and to be clear, every state is measuring third grade proficiency. They just don't define proficiency the same way, and they don't test it the same way. So you can't, there's not apples to apples comparisons. So what I'm hearing is, and I saw a couple nods, but I can't see everybody's face on my screen, is potentially some interest in setting more of a progress measure around that every school, every district will progress towards 100% proficiency every year, by some percentage. I think defining a specific percentage is going to be a little tricky, because for some, the number that we set is going to be really ambitious, and for some, any number that we set is going to be really not ambitious. But we can play around with language there. Is that satisfying? Is that not? Glenn's happy. I see a thumbs up.
I thought we were going to get away from that 100% proficiency. Are we going to change that as well?
I think what I was hearing is we want to say that the goal, that what we're looking for, the metric, is year over year progress until 100% proficiency, but not saying 100% proficiency by X date. That the long-term goal is always for every kid to be proficient in reading and math. But we're not saying you have to achieve that by 2030. We're saying you have to progress towards that at a steady pace until you hit that measure. But we don't have to do that. If we want to leave that out completely, we can do that too.
And to be clear, when this goes into writing, it's going to say, if implemented, right? It's going to say, if this policy is implemented, then this, right? Or is this just going to be, we're putting out their success metrics on parts of this that may never become law or never be implemented? So
my understanding, and this is totally up to the commission, is that what we're aiming for here is a statement of, if this set of recommendations that this commission has made are implemented, this is what would be the evidence of success.
Two things to put out there. I agree with what you just said, Jen. If these recommendations were implemented, then that would be the evidence of success. I think that is a valid point for both literacy and math at the levels that were decided here. However that's appropriately phrased. The only time that I've seen a number from the Department of Education in regards to third grade literacy was in a Tennessean article. I think it was last January, I could be wrong. And they said 63% was the goal by such and such a date. I don't remember what date it was, maybe 2025. But we don't ever see anything like that. And so I think there's an element to pushing to have what is that North Star? If we believe kids can achieve, what is that? And I think phrasing it is appropriate. I don't think that we're in a position to say that every school is going to hit 100% or even 90% for that matter. Because it's you could just look at the Achievement School District, which we might want to consider thinking about a recommendation to totally overhaul that or rethink it. But that's the bottom, and it's supposedly supported by the Department of Education. I don't know how much support those schools get. that we've got to be able to help elevate, to Marie's point, those students that are in the least performing schools. How do we really put the appropriate supports around them to help them elevate even beyond the 5% that some of them are sitting at right now? So the wording of this, to your point, I think is evidence of success becomes a really good phrase to consider.
And to be clear, I think, the 63, and I don't know the details of Tennessee's accountability goals, but all states are required to set, I believe, 10-year goals and then 1-year targets for progress towards those goals. And proficiency rates or growth are part of those annual goals. So this is what I was trying to get at before, is there's another set of metrics and goals that are imposed by the state through the accountability structure that districts and schools are already expected to respond to.
Yes, Senator Gresham, we cannot hear you. We can see you though.
Jennifer, is the NAEP proficiency level, is that a decent surrogate?
That is a question of much debate, of sort of what the parallel is. There are 4 different achievement levels that NAEP defines. One is basic and one is proficient, and one is then there's below basic and kind of the highest caliber. And I think there is not agreement that NAEP proficiency is equivalent to what state proficiency is defined as, with the assumption that in many cases, NAEP proficiency is understood to be a higher bar than state proficiency typically is. So it's yet another set of comparisons that you can't make between proficient and not proficient.
I know we spent a long time on this one, but another idea could be, Tennessee actually had some significant growth, 4 or 5 years ago that was the best we'd ever had. And so we could look at what was that average growth on proficiency in those years and then extrapolate out to say, if we could continue to hit those numbers, for the next 8 years, we would be here. And that would be a very pragmatic but aspirational goal that was tied to Tennessee data that could be useful.
I agree with Todd. At least we've shown that we could do that. So if we've been able to do it before, why can't we do it again?
Yeah, I agree. So do we want to put a pin in this and Jennifer come back to us with the recommended rephrase based on this conversation?
Yeah, we can talk about it in March.
Dolores, I think her she sees her role as being the North Star aspirational goals, legislature and education leaders for critical agree.
I would think that there've been some states, and I don't know, that has struggled with this. I'm big on metrics. I'm a pharmacist. That's what we do. Okay. We know numbers. We might not know much else, but I'm looking for equity. And so there has to be some states that have made some metrics that looked at growth. I want to make sure you're running in the right direction and at a good pace, but it might not be at the same pace as all other schools. So I don't know how to make this precise, but yet broad. And that's what we're trying to do with these metrics. But I think we need metrics.
Maria, I think these are just because this is the average across the state. So there could still be some that were below and above, whatever the state average would be, and they could still be showing growth, but it wouldn't necessarily say everyone had to hit whatever it ends up at 80%, a school that is at 5%, if they made the growth that the ESSER has them make, that would be significant. And they may end up at 40%, but we'll have some, the 1,400 schools, there's probably 200, that fit into that category. And if they make it that far and everybody else makes their growth there, I think it could still be equitable. It just doesn't sound like that when you just use the average number.
Yeah, you know, the devil's in the details, right? Is what support they get and the resources that they have. I would guess that these places that are at the 5%, that their environment might be pretty, I'll use good terminology, pretty poor, compared to the places that are better with, you know, some of the social determinants.
And in
One of the
those
reasons I
cases,
think, sorry, go ahead, Glenn.
we would hope that the school district there would get together and say, okay, if you want us to make that number, here's what we need in return. And so that's part of the equation. That's the dialogue. What we're trying to get at is a dialogue here between the school district, which we believe owns this, and the numbers that we're giving them some targets to shoot at. So if they don't get what they need, then the numbers in vain. But I think the idea is that we put something that shows a percentage where they are today, that gets it to base 5%. And by the year 2025, they ought to be at 10%. And they could come back and say, that's unreasonable. If anything's reasonable, here's what you got to do. You got to give me 50 more teachers and pay them X. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to help us think about here. And the legislature on the other end is spending this kind of money. This is what you're going to get in return. You're going to get, that school district's going to get a 20% increase in literacy each by 2020 or something like that, 2025.
All right, so I'm hearing a couple themes, I think. We want to anchor on growth. We don't want to anchor towards 100% proficiency or even really a set level of proficiency by a particular date. We want to anchor on progress. And we want to ensure that we are including language that reflects a commitment to equity across student subgroups. Is that my charge?
Yeah, I just would add an asterisk to the anchor on progress. I mean, if we go from, you know, the 50, and I know we're not the 50th worst state, but if we go from 50 to 40, that's great progress, but that's still not where we want to be. So I think there has to be a basic minimum as well.
Yeah.
Progress is great, but it also, we also need to be, I would say at least above average for the states. And that doesn't seem like aspirational using Senator Gresham's language.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. I think, you know, the absolute number is really important. And so we can get at that number based on progress, but we're going to be at 5% today. We're going to be at 20, and we're going to be at, which 20% would be at, we're going to be at X 2025. So 20% of our students will be on, you know, be where they need to be. Ultimately, we want to be able to say to employers, our students are going to be able to be, they read, write, and do arithmetic.
So I'm hearing a little bit of a difference of opinion between what we should anchor to in terms of an absolute goal. Is there a number that, or a date that folks are comfortable with?
I don't, I mean, I'm not you know, Jennifer, I'm not an educator, but, and not familiar with the kind of standard metrics, but NAEP at least is a recognized national tool. And I know there may be controversy with it. But they also provide state level rankings, you know, so like Massachusetts has, I just a quick look, is 45% of their students are NAEP proficient by fourth grade, and they're the best. You know, at least having some kind of a national metric to try and get us to, I think makes a lot of sense, because that'll keep us from, you know, just spending more and increasing our making progress, but still not getting to a good spot. You know, that somebody put in that more money isn't the answer, but looking at the spend that we have in Tennessee, which is like $8,000 per student, which ranks 49th. So even though we may be upping the purse, we're still half of the top 10 states on dollars per pupil spent.
All right, so we have a proposal to shift our sort of what we're looking at from Tennessee state tests to NAEP and thinking about Tennessee's relative position among states.
Just for a bit of historical context as well, I mean, it was our ranking on NAEP that led to the education reform movement in Tennessee. It was the National Chamber of Commerce. And matter of fact, our most recently retired board member, Mike Edwards, who was on that committee at the national level, that said we just need to create a category called truth in advertising. And Tennessee and several other states failed it because we were telling everybody we were 80, 85, 90% proficient based on our own standards. And we were stinking up the place as far as NAEP was concerned. That was the kind of the beginning of the big move that took place. So yeah, NAEP is tough, but it's also, none of this stuff is not tough, I would say.
What if we use NAEP as our assessment instead of TN Ready as we've proposed, and try to reach like the top quartile or the top 10% or something along those lines?
Is it possible for us to reach the top 10%? That would be my question.
I think all things are possible, but I'm looking at the world, I think that our students can reach, if we set high expectations and we set great policy to help them reach that high expectations and we inspire and encourage educators to help get there, then my belief is they can do that.
I'm with Tara on this one. Yes.
Yeah.
I like the top quartile. I think that's like a very aspirational and tough to achieve, but realistic one to hit the top 25% of NAEP.
Let's figure out where we are first before identifying what that is, because
Okay.
I think we've dropped down to we're right in the middle of the pack.
Okay, why don't you let us do a little bit of work and bring you back something around NAEP with a little bit of data analysis around it so we understand what our baseline is, and we can do that between now and March 4th.
I do encourage us to think about high aspirational expectations. We're talking about a 8-year timeline or longer, right? And to Glenn's point, where do we want to be in between? So I think that we need to think aspirationally, because I think that that's one of the reasons why we're here. We've provided these recommendations, and we need to ensure that the metrics that we're discussing, the belief that we have, what we can accomplish as a state, we have the right recommendations tied back up to those metrics as well.
And we want a high bar. I don't think we want a low bar.
Correct. Agree.
All right, so we have some homework on the first priority. Moving to the second priority.
Hey Jennifer, before you leave this conversation, I wonder if you guys could do some research, and I don't want to make this more complicated, almost like a sliding scale is for giving insulin, right? I wonder, is there such thing, you got your quartiles, right? And of course the 5% probably is in the lower quartile, is that we could say the improvement is to move up a quartile based on where you're at. Now, it doesn't give you, it makes it complicated because it's not an overall average, but I wonder, is there some states that has that level of complexity that gives equity where people could see, if I go on a diet and you tell me I need to lose 100 pounds and all I've been doing is gaining weight, I'm going to give up before I start. So what you want to do is put me on well, maybe Marie, if you could lose 10 pounds over the next 3 months, and then gives me momentum. I just wonder, is there other tactics we can use than simple sentences with numbers that is more of a sliding scale that gets you there? And I know it's complex. Has somebody tried that out? And I don't expect you to know the answer today, but.
Well, I think that we are talking about a couple different things here. So for the last few minutes, we've been talking about NAEP, which is primarily a statewide statistically sampled test. So it only, for the most part, offers state level results. So it's not going to disaggregate down to the district level. It's going to give you, it's called the nation's report card because
but we know our district results, right?
No, not on the NAEP.
Oh, okay.
So if we want to do something like what you're describing, and then there are some districts that participate in NAEP at the district level, but that's a whole separate administration. Not to get too far into the weeds, but just to be a little accurate. If we want to do something like what you're describing, I think we have to go back to the state data because that's the only thing that's consistently available across all districts. So it just kind of depends on which
Just scratch
flavor.
that because I do appreciate Nathan's response that we think we're doing great because we're using our scale. But when we use the reals, the goal line standard, we suck. And so I think that probably we should use the goal line standards maybe.
Okay. We'll do some homework with the NAEP, and I think it's a good choice in part because it sets this apart a little bit from the state's accountability system, and so you avoid sort of layering similar sets of goals on top of one another. So, but we will bring back something for you all to react to.
And Jen, please be mindful that the benchmarking will be very helpful. How is this done?
Yes.
We can't be the only ones trying to figure this out. So that would be very helpful to us.
Sure. Okay. Will do. Okay, when we move into learning remediation and acceleration needs, we've got a couple different metrics here. We have one based on reducing remediation rates in post-secondary, which would be a marker of K-12 doing a better job preparing students to be ready for college and career. And then we have improvement in graduation rates across all subgroups of students. Are these the right metrics? How are we feeling about this?
I think everything's great except by half. I don't know what that means. And so to try to make this easy to communicate, is there a way we can define what by half means?
We can put a number in there. I can't remember off the top of my head what the current remediation rate is, but we could put a number in.
Okay. And then again, 2030 is a kind of a Hail Mary there at the end could be, is there some way to graduate that number? No.
Any thoughts about saying we're going to eliminate remediation? Lou is like, what? Fine.
Well, we had a conversation before we kind of transitioned to the NAEP framework for the prior around anchoring the goal around annual progress toward an ultimate goal. And so we could do a similar thing here and across all of the metrics where we're talking about annual progress in either improving something or diminishing something that we would like to no longer see towards an ultimate goal. And in this case, that ultimate goal could be no remediation or some other percentage of remediation.
I think that we need to understand, like, what's the number now and what would half look like, just as an example. Like, are we talking about we have 200,000 people? I don't know how many people we have going into post-secondary. Let's say it's 100,000 on a year. Lou, you might be able to answer that. If 50% of them are going into remediation, we have a lot of work to do.
Well, I think we have a lot of work to do no matter how we look at it. I think there's probably some extra gold in the hills there with what Excel and Ed was talking about earlier. From our perspective at THEC and TSAC, we're always coming at remediation from this, well, we're fixing the inputs we get at the higher ed level. And, and I can tell you historically, other than sales, which is a higher ed administered program embedded at high school level, we have no program wherein we are trying to address remediation from top and bottom, being K-12 and higher education. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem because higher education, and granted, and Senator Gresham's heard this a million times, this whole circular argument around, well, we don't get the right teachers to teach students properly, and higher ed is saying we don't get the right inputs to, they're not prepared to learn at the college level, and it's this big circular argument. At some point, we have to kind of all recognize that and begin addressing these metrics from both ends at the same time in concert.
Well, I think also we provided a lot of, I think, strong recommendations. under that specific priority. But it would be interesting to look at the numbers and see where we would land if we cut it in half. I have a little bit of pushback on the high school graduation, just because graduation does not mean readiness. I don't know how to resolve that, but I'd love to get perspective.
I'm not a huge fan of graduation rate either. Personally, I think it'd be better to do remediation and something tied to like ECT scores. I mean, it's a little more nationally normed, and just every high school has kind of. I think we've seen the problem with that. Just graduation rates are kind of an artificial number.
Then maybe we remove number 4.
All right, will do.
Any disagreement to that? Seeing and hearing none.
I mean, this is
Yes.
Glenn. Does that make sense? We're on one hand shortening. We said we're hours. You can graduate. We want you to take 15 hours and have shortened the cycle to graduate. And yet we're not going to measure, graduation, on time graduation here.
That's
So
college.
that's high school.
1200.
This is metric number 4 is a 4-year adjusted cohort high school graduation rate. Now, I mean, that would help us understand who are, if you look at the cohort graduation rate, if we have any dropouts, but that's kind of going down a different pathway than we have had discussions about in the past. Yes, Dolores. I mean, Marie, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not bright enough, but other people in this Zoom room are there some unintended consequences that might happen by removing graduation rates?
I don't think we're suggesting we remove graduation rates. I think what we're suggesting is we've got 2 options here of the metrics that we would want to put out there. Graduation rate is something that the Department of Education is always going. That's not going to change. At least I don't believe it is. But what we're saying is if our priority is to address learning remediation and acceleration needs, then the metric we would use is by 2030, the percentage of first-time freshmen attending community colleges requiring mediation in 1 or more subjects will decrease by half.
Okay, so we're keeping that. So which one was there anything?
Number 4.
Number 4.
So 4 is that Tennessee will reach 95% 4-year adjusted cohort high school graduation rate across all subgroups of students.
So that is removing the graduation rate.
It's just how we would measure it. Like the state is going to continue measuring graduation rate, if that's helpful.
Yeah, my comment was just tied to it's not that particularly helpful for this goal of addressing learning remediation. Not that it's not ever helpful, it's just not in this particular context.
Yeah, the state's gonna measure that anyway. So whether you include this here, you don't include this here, but I mean, kind of the reason why it's not the greatest metric, obviously, is we're not saying 95% will graduate ready, right? We're not. We're just saying we'll graduate, and that's with a whole lot of classes that the locals have different tests about and give credits out, and there's a world of grade inflation and everything else that's considered there. And so you can have some pretty tremendous high school graduation rates, and you can also have some pretty tremendous deficiencies among those graduates.
I understand that. I was wondering would it look funny if we didn't have a graduation rate? And I get that they're measuring it anyway, and we could say, okay, why be redundant and have something in ours? I guess that's one philosophy. Is it going to look funny if we don't say anything about graduation rates?
Tennessee, just as of 2019 is the most recent data, and we were at 90%, to Nathan's point. And then the surrounding states are all between 85 and 95. So we're already pretty close to that metric at any rate.
There are big gaps among student subgroups, though, I will say. That's an average across all students. It's not the same.
To me, we leave it in there out of appearance, and and it is important. 95% we're going to graduate on time.
And not only
If
that,
we're
it's
still
the
looking at less than
subgroups.
40% of them actually prepared for life after high school, then graduation rate to me is an irrelevant metric because they're not ready. They're not ready to go on to what's happening after. But we are consistently allowing them to elevate from grade to grade, and then they're going on to post-secondary and having to do remediation classes. So graduation rate, it doesn't tell us whether a student has accelerated learning or needs remediation. It just tells us that someone has passed them on year over year. And I think to Jennifer's point, it's important to note that the subgroups, there's some distinct differences among the subgroups of students. So maybe there's something that we want to include in there about subgroup proficiency.
That's where I'm at with it. And I do think graduation rate is, you have to graduate to progress. So it's not everyone has failed the readiness. Maybe we should just have something out there that addresses readiness. I'm just thinking about the unintended consequence of removing something that's a staple in education, such as graduation rates. And I think
This is a little in the weeds, Anna Marie, but the challenge, like running a high school, and happens at every high school in the country, is their intention, like those two, like trying to reduce your remediation rate and then trying to keep your high school graduation rate high is what high schools do. If they overly focus on the graduation rate, is that they put kids who are behind into really crappy online basic summer courses to like make sure they graduate on time, and they're not actually high quality courses, and they're not learning anything.
I understand.
So it's
the
just a
number.
tension of trying to figure out, like, if you overly focus on the graduation rate, you get all these kids that aren't prepared that are graduating.
Because they're trying to shoot for the
I worry
number.
about that one. Yeah, for me, it's more like, what's their ACT score, or something that you can say, like, is there some nationally norm thing to say, like, are they ready? Are they actually ready to graduate? Or did they get like an artificially inflated experience to make sure we hit the 95% number?
I will remind y'all that two of the recommendations that we have, there's so many good ones in here, but one of them is supporting early interventions and research-based materials and instruction for K-12, creating early warning data systems and corresponding interventions, establishing metrics to track and periodically report on student remediation acceleration. So it seems to be mostly about the remediation in the recommendations we provided already. So just food for thought.
Okay,
I
so
wish that we had the college I wish that the college ready metric was something that I believed was a viable metric for us to use, but I don't.
well, we have it on the next. It's
Oh,
under
yeah.
the redesign high school priority. So it is there. So I'm not sure now. Are we taking 4 out? Are we leaving it in? Are we thinking about it a little bit more?
I believe I think I hear there's still a couple of objections to taking it out. So maybe we'd leave it in there for further conversation.
All right, let's do that. Okay, so then we move into the education workforce. Number 5 there, it speaks to teacher retention. It's a metric oriented around retaining a larger share of highly effective teachers than less effective teachers with no gaps across districts based on geography or student population. We want to see high retention rates of highly effective teachers across schools, regardless of sort of where they're located or the makeup of their student population.
Any comments to either one of these? So this is my concern. I hate to be the one concerned here. The first one is about retention, which I'm all about retaining the, levels 4 and 5. But I don't know that it does anything about strengthening those that are in levels 1, 2, and 3 in a situation where we are right now, where we're expecting a pretty large resignation of educators and we do not have a pipeline to fill the spots. I think that becomes really important to impress the professional development that's required to elevate those that are in levels 1, 2, and 3 to a 4 and 5 level, so the schools can continue to retain those teachers. So I think that we're missing a piece about strengthening those 1, 2, and 3s to a higher level. That would be on one side. I think. Sorry, who?
What if we stop the sentence at the parentheses 5, then parentheses?
I think that's fine.
And I agree with your point about 1, 2, or 3. Let's try and elevate them.
Yep. I mean, teachers, educators go into this field. It's a tends to be a calling. It's a passion. It's a big desire. And if those people, if the principals and other leaders that are inside the schools or the districts are not mentoring and guiding those teachers to be better at what they're doing, then they're missing out on a huge opportunity. Dolores, I'm seeing your notes in the chat here, and agree that level 5 does not strengthen educator prep programs, which we need to address. And it's okay if the misspelling happens.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're revising 5. Let me make sure I'm clear here. Are we moving away from retention and we are increasing the share of highly effective teachers, those rated level 4 and 5? With no differences across geography or districts with different student populations. I assume we want to retain that piece.
I think that's fine.
Okay. And then the next one has to do with diversifying the educator workforce. So by 2030, the percentage of educators who identify as people of color will double. Again, we just put the double language out there to sort of get the conversation started. But for reference, currently Tennessee's teacher workforce is about 79% white, 9% Hispanic, 7% Black, and the student population is about 48% white, 27% Black, 15% Hispanic, I think. Sorry, I'm reading off of another screen and it's not totally clear what I'm reading.
It was 27% Hispanic, 15% Black.
Okay, great. Thank you, Paul.
Do we know what those actual numbers are? I don't know what our total educator workforce is.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just curious because if you backtrack that into the educator prep programs, the number of students that are coming out of the educator prep programs are not, they're not huge numbers, right? And so then you've got to backtrack that even further to say, how do you inspire people to even want to go into the profession? Combination of those going into college or university and also those that are choosing to come out of changing career directions. And so it just opens up a whole line of pipeline development, but that is not why we're here. We're here to talk about metric.
So I think what I'm hearing is that double feels ambitious but not achievable, even potentially based just on math, based on who's in school now. So do we want to set this up as a progress measure that we're going to see a steady increase working towards parity with student populations, or some other option?
We had talked, one of our conversations was about matching the teacher workforce to the student population.
Mm-hmm.
That might be a little bit too
That would
granular.
require doubling the percentage of Black teachers and more than doubling the percentage of Hispanic teachers.
I mean, I think it's doable, but it's, you know, it's the EPPs you have to rely on.
I like this one.
Dolores is in.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, this is actually our goal, like within Valor, from doing research to double it. So I think it's ambitious, but it's doable. But it is an ambitious one.
What's the
Do you think the
baseline?
time? Sorry,
Double
go on,
from,
Glenn.
yeah, what's the baseline? Double from now?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it'd be about 8 years to add another 20% of teachers of color. So we're looking at just dividing that 20 by 8. So it's a pretty, I mean, I think that's an incremental increase of a couple percent a year that would be reasonable to get to 40% by 2030.
I was just trying to help the clarity of the objective, the metric here, you know, with as specificity as we can, time bound. So in year 2025, we will be where, for example?
Yeah, I think Jennifer and team will need to come back to us with what those numbers or percentages look like.
Yeah.
And do we want 2025 or 2030?
No, I just picked that number. I'm just trying to get some steps along the way. Where are we going to be? Avoid the Hail Mary of 2030.
I propose in this initial phase, Glenn, that we focus on what's the Hail Mary look like. And then once we've all agreed to the Hail Marys, we backtrack into the milestones that help us get there.
All right.
Okay. So I think we know what to do to revise 5. We're keeping 6 essentially as is, but we're putting specific numbers in there. On 7, this is one that admittedly our team struggled to figure out sort of what is the outcome measure here, because students' well-being needs are pretty broadly defined and encompasses a lot of different aspects. So we anchored here on being pretty tightly tied to some of the recommendations, which is around fully funding support staff for students within schools. But that's certainly not the only thing that we could anchor towards. Some of the other recommendations in that section include incentivizing partnerships with other mental health supporting agencies and organizations and things like that. So we could think about a different way of coming at this.
This is one of the key enablers for us to accomplish these metrics that we're setting. And I know, Terwin, in the House meeting, y'all did a nice job of talking with the House and presenting. This was one of the areas they probed on. These are big money, big dollar amounts. What do we get in return? So this is where we can explain what we get. But we need these kind of funding to support fully funding the support staff. So this is what the legislature would give in return for these metrics.
Yeah, I think Glenn's spot on. I think we need to be very clear on what the outcomes will be so that legislature is able to kind of gravitate and hold on to it. I don't know, Todd, if you have any perspective on this.
Yeah, we've wrestled with this a lot. One version that we've settled on, because it's tricky to kind of, this isn't an actual outcome. Like, it's the question I would then say, okay, if we have fully funded support staff, what are we going to expect? Like, what's the outcome from having a fully staffed school? And for us, the thing that we've settled on, which isn't a perfect metric, but it's on absenteeism or chronic absenteeism or attendance. And so it sounds simple, but a lot of well-being pieces always end up driving kids not to attend school regularly, whether it's at their house or their own well-being. So it's a proxy that we think is powerful. So I think it could be one that we'd say set a chronic absenteeism goal would be, you would want to see chronic absenteeism drop significantly if we fully fund well-being in schools.
Do you think Todd, do you think that we're going to have challenges with the kids that are in school over the past couple of years? Do you think we're going to have, I know we've had challenges with chronic absenteeism. Do you think we're going to have challenges with graduation?
Yes. Chronic absenteeism is disastrous over the last 2 years, so it's going to have a long-term impact, and just really attending to well-being and stabilizing. I mean, it stabilizes much more than that, but that's a powerful proxy that you can look at schools that's kind of metric-like.
Well, it's something to consider. I mean, maybe it is that we, think about the graduation rate along with chronic absenteeism as an outcome tied to well-being. So we don't want to have graduation rates slip from 90% down, but we also want to make sure kids are ready to graduate, which goes back to the learning acceleration and remediation priority we have. But if focusing on their well-being is going to help them stay in school and graduate, then there could be a lot of value there as well.
I like that as a place for graduation rate. I think it ties better there with those two rather than the other ones. I like that.
It does seem to make sense more there, doesn't it? It's certainly something to go after. I mean, I don't even know if there is a state that has that fully funded or has it all there by the numbers, but it's been certainly something. I mean, you talk about the BEP review committee making that proposal over and over again. That's, all kinds of education stakeholders for years and years. And I mean, all kinds, from superintendents to organizations for equity to, fiscal officers, all the way around. And they've been pushing for it for quite some time. It also, frankly, is, the way to get after some of the social and emotional stuff without necessarily playing any kind of culture war card. And that's a great place for that to go.
So we need to send someone in IT down to see Dolores next time.
Okay, so I've lost track a little bit here. What are we doing in the equipped schools districts to address well-being?
Unless there's any objection, moving the graduation rate type metric to this one.
Okay.
And including chronic absenteeism as well.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So we will bring back some new drafts there and reorganize the grad rate piece for you. And we can, I think, move to the next set. Thank you. Okay, so under optimized capacity for flexible, high quality school options, this is where we're getting at broadband access and device capacity. I think in the feedback that we heard from you all one-on-one, I think there's a pretty good push that 100% is not too ambitious of a goal here, that the timeline may need to be much shorter, more aggressive. And then I have a question as to whether we really mean schools here or we mean communities.
Do we know what the legislature is currently discussing in regards to broadband activation?
I don't, but maybe Nathan or Lou are a little plugged into that.
Sorry about that. I've got Dolores on my phone, and so that her going through this speakerphone so she could actually speak and have it be heard. So that's what I was getting worked out there. So if you ask me something, could you ask me again?
Yes, we're talking about broadband access and just wondering if either you or Lou had a sense of what the conversation among legislators is around broadband access across the state.
I mean, I think everybody's certainly got interest in it. I knew there was some federal money going in that direction, but I'll be honest with you, since the beginning of this session, I think I can't speak to Lou, but I can tell you I've certainly had my hands very full with other legislation. Part of the deal with broadband is just another voice in the chorus there calling for this to become more ubiquitous. So I don't know. We don't have legislation on it. Maybe Lou's heard something different or wishes to.
Well, the only thing I would add to the conversation, and it's, I don't know that it's adding anything, is last year the state did commit to, I think it was initially 200 million, but at least 100 million last year in resolving a lot of the broadband issues that really became apparent during COVID. There was a lot of discussion around it, which is why it went from, I think, 200 to 100. But I don't know, it hasn't come up again. It certainly wasn't a part of the budget presentations from the administration. So I don't know if it's just lost a little favor or if it's just another one of those things where, you drop a ton of money into it and it just takes time to resolve. We've got 88 rural counties in Tennessee. You're not going to bring broadband to all 88 counties just because you passed a budget amendment. So I think it just takes, I think it's going to take time. It's, we've been talking about it for a decade. I think it's going to take a while to get it realized.
I think people were just resigned. I think legislators were just resigned to the fact that it has to be incremental. 100 million is not going a long way. Lou is right. 88 counties, it's going to take time and lots of money.
So do we think 2030 still stands, or do you think we want to push it a little bit and say by 2027, 100% of communities will have broadband access, et cetera,
I
et cetera?
think in the absence of some direction from the state about how vested they're going to be in making that a reality, they may make any kind of metric target or strategic objective from this group moot. I mean, because if you're saying, but I mean, you want to marry up the objective here with some practical movement, but you also want to be recommending. You want to, there's some aspirational element to what this group has proposed, and so you want to encourage movement.
Can you do a little bit of reconnaissance for us and figure out if there is a plan?
Just boots on the ground, feedback. I've got a partner here whose wife tutors students in Davidson County, and one of her biggest challenges is that some of the kids don't have broadband access in their homes in Davidson County, and a lot of the schools use Google and other ways. They have to turn in their homework online. This seems, 5 years to get this done seems like a long time, frankly. I think this is one we put it down. If the legislature decides not to do it, that's their prerogative. But I don't know why we would back off our aspiration here.
Chris, I think it's also important to note that I would think the smarter districts were the ones that were providing kids laptops that actually had Wi-Fi embedded in them, not the districts that gave a separate device to kids. But we could focus specifically on students and ensuring that 100% of students have a Wi-Fi enabled device, so that regardless of where they go, I mean, you're still going to run across situations like in Hancock County. When you go into a valley, you're not going to be able to pop up and be able to have that access until certain communities have the antenna put in. There's stories about having the antennas put on school buildings or put in church steeples or put in libraries. Like, you can have the antenna ping that allows students to have access, but maybe we simplify that. And by 2025 instead of 2027, every single student in our state has a Wi-Fi connected or internet connected device. Not enabled, but connected. meaning that you have to have a relationship with Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, whoever it is.
Agreed.
I agree.
And it's not a separate device. I know I'm getting specific, but it made me nuts when it was like, okay, well, let's give a kid a laptop and a separate hotspot. That hotspot, it'd be interesting to look at the data. I wonder how many of those hotspots just went missing. Because I don't believe they can hold on to them, but they can't.
Okay, so we have a proposal to change this to students having a Wi-Fi connected device by 2025.
Yes.
Going once. All right, I see.
I think Marie has a question.
A workable one, because my kid is one of those kids that got that device, and I don't know, within 2 weeks the things start working, and that was his problem. But of course, we have access at the house, so he didn't really depend on the device. But many families don't have that situation. And if there's lots of kids in his school that depended on that device, and that device just wasn't working in some cases.
There's also stories about kids that were so inclined when it comes to devices, they created their own internal inside the school IT department. But then in a scenario like that, you had all these kids lined up to talk with the kids that were in their classes to figure out how to fix their computers. But there's a lot of inventive people. In that example, they were little mini entrepreneurs, and that puts them down. That opens up a
We should
pipeline
pat them
for
on the
Yolanda.
back. That's creative.
That sounds a lot like work-based learning to me.
It's all connected.
Give them a badge.
Yeah.
All right, I think we know what to do with that one. So moving to redesign high school. Number 9, Chair Scarlett, I think, gets at meeting college career readiness benchmark. By 2030, the percentage of high school graduates ready for post-secondary and career will double. We should specify there if we mean as measured by ready graduate metric, which is the state's college and career readiness benchmark. Across all, and that's the one that's like 40-ish%.
Yeah.
For all students with lots of gaps. So we should probably add some language there around no gaps by student subgroups.
So Nathan, I think I might need, I don't know, you have this information. How does the state define ready graduate? Because I want to make sure I have this correct.
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, because the last I read, but I think there's probably details in this, I'm just not aware, but it's like 4 years in a summer and a 21 on the ACT. Is that the right metric? And I don't know the answer to that question. It is the metric we have.
It is, and we have the details somewhere, not at the tips of my fingers, but can look it up.
Let me offer when I read this one, I was struck by, are we measuring the right thing? And perhaps with our direction of one size doesn't fit all, and the important, we're getting these advisors, consultants helping us out there with our students. Could perhaps a metric be students that have had career counseling or career coaching sessions, or while in high school? Could that be a more appropriate metric, that all high school students will graduate having gone through career coaching? Just a thought. Well, what we saw today, that tools today that WGU, those are powerful tools that are out there right now.
Nathan, is there,
There's can you see it? It's what you asked for is up on the screen now, on the chat.
And put the ready graduate metrics in the chat for you. Thank you, Lynn.
So that kind of negates metric number 10.
Yes, we probably don't need both.
No.
If we achieve 9, we don't need 10.
And we're not we're not really, I mean, so we say participate in at least one EPSO. That doesn't really get after, I mean, in terms of flexible pathways, right? I mean, the idea is to get out of the way of students doing a lot of, getting out of high school on their own pace and moving forward. That, I don't know. I think.
Do we, sorry, go on.
No, it's all right.
I just wonder on the ready graduate, do they break out the gaps by student subgroup?
Yes.
I do think Glenn's point is really valid. Number one, I think the ready graduate is a better success metric than I had imagined. I don't know that it really tells us whether a student is ready to move on, but it's how the state's using it right now. As I understand it, Nathan, is there a requirement for students to have a career plan when they're in high school? And
Well, yeah, I mean,
because I think the advising that we're recommending is a lot more intensive than what's currently being done. And to Glenn's point,
I
I
meet
think
with counselors in the 8th grade, and yeah, that's supposed to be being done there. And so, but we're thinking that 9 and 10 here will tell you that it's successful if everything in the redesigned high school is implemented.
I think we're saying that 10 is irrelevant if we use 9.
Okay.
So but is number 9 the correct one, or is there something else that we need to consider? Because we talk so much about the advising piece.
Yeah, I think you could certainly have another one there. I think we're missing the boat if we don't put something in there about there will be no disincentives to early graduation or to students graduating early and starting post-secondary early, because that's part of it, and we're not talking about that there.
That's a good point.
Is this different than the remediation goal than we had on the first page?
It is.
Yes.
So this is achieving a benchmark, and the criteria for that are in the chat by the end of high school versus requiring remediation in college.
Although kids that get a 21 or above, Chris, they're unlikely to need remediation. So I would say there's some overlap.
I'm tremendously recall, our charter is all the way through career. And so it seems we ought to have objective more too. They're about, we will make available career counseling, or all students will go through career counseling before they graduate. Something to that effect, that we can get rid of that. I didn't know what's available. When I talk to students, and I know when we go out now and spend time with students, we're going to find more and more of this out there too. I've been a career counselor for Tennessee Achieves since it started. It's just amazing to me how the students' eyes open up when they learn about what's really available. So perhaps we have an objective that says, they will have that opportunity. Again, back to Chris's point earlier, you can take them to water, you can't make them drink, but it's going to be there. Or maybe we make it mandatory. They have to go through.
What are everyone's thoughts?
Does this in any way conflict with TCAT? I know it's got the 2 EPSOs and an industry credential, but looking at so that would be like dual enrollment or local dual credits in an industry certificate. Is that something that most TCAT path would pursue?
I can tell you right off the bat. I'm sure Dr. Jones has a ton to add here as well. There's legislation coming from the administration that it may or may not be a really good idea that we gave them to have, that actually creates basically an all-you-can-eat dual enrollment opportunity between TCATs and LEAs up to 1,296 hours. And so basically an opportunity to pursue the entirety of a TCAT credential while in high school. In addition to that, also expanding the traditional dual enrollment opportunities up to 5 courses or 15 hours for those pursuing community college and university dual enrollment. So to your question specifically, definitely lots of opportunities currently available, an incredibly expanded version of that coming this session.
And every bit of that agrees with this report and the work that you all have done. And if we don't capture that, I mean, does that make sense, Tara, when we were sitting there with the governor and you know, going over that stuff and he's leaning back, oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Of course it does, Governor. You know, you bring up an interesting point, Lou, is if we're really going to truly redesign high school, when we think back, when we think forward to 2030, it's not necessarily going to be about whether someone's taken all these little course, whether they're already graduate or not. It's going to be, have we increased the number of students that are finishing the high school levels with, you know, more than one degree, or are they able to go directly into a career? So I don't know. I don't know the answer exactly, but we're talking about breaking down the walls between post-secondary and high school. So what we're measuring right now might not be the right measures. Maybe we need to think differently about how we would measure that.
That's right. I mean, you could even make a percentage goal about how many students will come out with a post-secondary credential. And you phrase it that way because it takes into account all the offerings of the TCAT, helps with this mindset that we have about, you know, people are somehow less than if they're going to TCAT, and we refer to it as post-secondary credential, the industry credentials, the TCATs, the associate degrees. You know, if we're serious about being this innovative and looking forward, that's the place that nobody else is coming out and setting goals. And this is also a place where this commission could give the administration some cover to work aggressively with this. You know, it's going to make some tough transitions and things a little more difficult, but in terms of especially rural Tennessee, to provide the opportunities to rural Tennessee where people don't have to move to Nashville, don't have to move to Memphis, that's one way to do it.
I like that, Nathan. Yep.
I agree.
Okay, so we want to eliminate currently what's 9 and 10 in here and change it to increasing the percentage of students who graduate high school with a diploma plus a post-secondary credential.
And I think probably it'd be helpful again to, I mean, since, you know, to find a percentage, it's, you know, this is like Drive to 55 in 2010, right? I mean, this is before, and at some point in time in the next decade, somebody's going to set a percentage number for this. And you all are just there now.
I mean, I think what we want is, I mean, we're just going to say a large percentage are either ready to go to college, have a certificate to work, or are ready for TCAT. And so, what, you know, maybe we make it, you know, 90% either have, are ready for EPSO, which would include college or TCAT. Is it, maybe I'm saying it too simply, but something like that.
What I'm hearing, I think I'm hearing two different things. We're hearing readiness, and then we're also hearing completion. So whether they're graduating high school with both a credential, a post-secondary credential, either from a TCAT or an associate's degree, or an industry credential that's some other thing.
That is what you're hearing, Jen. That's exactly right. Those are two different concepts there.
Right, or they're ready to go. I guess, do we want to try to cover both things? They're either earning the thing or they're ready to earn the thing. Or do we want to stick with just earning the thing? as the goal for this group.
Or are we assuming that they were gone through a coaching or counseling session that they know what's out there? That not be wise to how, what's the opportunities to connect them to career or job before they come out of high school?
It seems to me, Glenn, that there's no way that you possibly reach an achievement goal like having a, 50% of students graduating high school will have a post-secondary credential at the time of graduation by 2030 or 2035 without the coaching being in there. And maybe in the next report or whatever, we just make that extremely clear. Hey, there's no way you get to this goal without that, because there's no way to get there. It's not an either or. It's just there's no possible way to get to that achievement level without doing what you're talking about.
It's also not currently one of our recommendations. And I do think that becomes a really important piece. If we're going to achieve the goal that we're talking about, that Jen just mentioned, there's nothing in this section about advising, and I think that's a miss. That's an example of a recommendation that we need to include.
Some of the stakeholders I've seen have always, because I guess this is not the first time we went to the dance to get these monies in there for that. So I think it would be wise if we had something in there about, this is one of the benefits from the money we're asking for to get, counselors, coaches, things, that every student will be afforded the opportunity or will participate in a career counseling session.
Yeah, the law says they do. It's starting in the 8th grade. Obviously, that process isn't. That's one of the reasons also we're recommending the counselors is because just the numbers that the counselors have to see is overwhelming. But
perhaps
to put a fine point on it, I think you could make that a supplementary recommendation to put in that third and final committee to say, hey, on this committee acknowledges the supreme importance of the counseling process and that this career counseling has to happen. And then you found your way forward where you're making the point, on a large scale there.
And this topic is actually part of the secondary to post-secondary transitions work. That's part of the additional potential recommendations that we'll discuss looking at the clock, most likely on March the 4th. I don't think we're going to get to it today, but I think that this topic is already covered in what is on the docket for you all to talk about. So I think we will get there, and can certainly add a metric tied to that.
Jennifer, just in preparation for that meeting, and I think part of what I'm struggling with here is just some coming from a place of ignorance. I don't know what it's realistic for a 16 to 18-year-old to get a certificate in. Can they become a robotic technician? Can they get a barber degree? Can they become an automotive technician while in high school? I don't know the answer to that, and I imagine you and Dr. Jones, Yolanda would be able to help us with that. So maybe we could, just to have a little bit of prep for that next meeting, that would be great.
There's only a few, as I understand it, there's only a few career pathways that require you to be above the age of 18 or 21 in some cases. So as we're thinking about redesigning high school, it's certainly something that we need to be prepared to have a conversation about.
I would just kind of like one last final layer. I keep hearing like, should we have this metric or this goal or that goal? Honestly, I don't know why you would want to not include maybe all three. And as it relates to this conversation, this idea around readiness versus this idea around early post-secondary opportunities versus this conversation around actually achieving a credential while in high school, a post-secondary credential while in high school, which to Dr. Jones' question is very doable. We have models right now in Tennessee around middle college, so some exploratory models around TCAT middle college, where students can actually pursue both and achieve both. It does take some strategic partnerships around timing during the day and scheduling, but they are doable. And I think that all three of those different yet very intimately intertwined areas are worth pushing hard on from this group, because, readiness lends itself towards, college completion. Early post-secondary opportunities is really a significant measure of readiness, and I think I think they're just all tied together. I would strongly encourage thoughts around pushing hard on all three fronts, because I don't think that you lose either way.
So we can draft something that addresses kind of the full range of opportunities, along with we can draft at least a placeholder metric around the career counseling piece that kind of ties to I don't know if I'm frozen or y'all are frozen. Hopefully, if it's me, I'm not making an ugly face. But we can draft an interim measure to just tide us over around the college and career counseling piece as well. And we'll bring that back to you. Okay. Does that sound? People are moving again, so I see some people nodding. The 5 people who are in my screen are nodding. So we're going with that. Okay. Moving to streamlining post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning. We have 2 metrics here. The first one is the Drive to 55 metric. By 2025, 55% of Tennesseans will hold a post-secondary degree or certificate. And then the second one, I think, gets a little bit at something that Glenn mentioned earlier in our conversation around what employers need. By 2030, Tennessee will close the skills gap for in-demand jobs, which I think, if I'm remembering correctly, was around 7% based on the data that we had when we initially proposed these metrics or that particular metric for y'all. So wanna ask Lou if he has a little bit of an update on the Drive to 55, just to see where we are now relative to that goal.
Sure thing. So we started off Drive to 55 right around the 2013, 2014. Really doubled down with the Focus Act in 2016 when we kind of pulled the universities out. We started off at 36% on this road. We are now at 47%, which is that's a Herculean growth. To be clear, it is true that COVID, and all of the myriad issues that came out of that, and also to that point, the natural disasters that happened right prior to COVID did throw a kink in the trajectory, particularly around adult learner completion, mostly driven by adult learner enrollment. When the pandemic hit, a significant portion of our adult learners, which is a significant portion of our community college and TCAT student body, simply did not have the bandwidth, pun intended, to attend and stay enrolled. And so we're struggling with those challenges. Is there a world in which we actually get to 55? It's possible. It's not likely, but that doesn't mean that the aspirational nature of 55 as a statement of what the state needs to be about isn't still valid. It may be that number needs to be adjusted, but from a public policy standpoint, the push here is to recognize that to be a competitive workforce, we need more Tennesseans with a post-secondary credential. So that's the update. We're at 47% was the short answer to your question.
Lou, I heard earlier, I guess it was last week, I heard on news that across the nation, about 2/3 of jobs require some sort of post-secondary credential. Do you happen to know if there's an update to that across just Tennessee?
I think that the latest we've seen in talking to Dr. Fox and others, and some national experts around middle skills gaps, I think that number is probably closer to 80% by 2030 or so. That 80% of the jobs will require something after high school, and we've really doubled down on the message that anything after high school is college, period. TCAT, college, a TCAT credential. I mean, when you can graduate with a TCAT credential and be making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, that's legitimate. And that's truth for a lot of those graduates coming out who are getting, job placement rates at 90%, across the board. Our universities certainly don't have that kind of track record or guarantee. And so, I think it is true that the percentage of jobs that require that are growing. I think we're in this weird false security right now because so many of the service industry jobs are offering outsized salaries. Here, I live in Williamson County, kids at the Chick-fil-A are making $22 an hour. That doesn't help us. That doesn't help our narrative around pursuit of a post-secondary credential is critical. But the reality is that's what you have to fight. And so, Dr. Jones and her colleagues are battling that reality every day.
Wages are rising in every occupation.
Yeah.
Thank you for that update. I mean, I would propose that the 55% by 2025 is still valid. I'd also say that we probably need to be looking at 80% by 2030. Maybe that is we automatically have the milestone that Glenn's been asking us for. He didn't hear me.
So do we want to add 80% by 2030?
Yes.
All right.
I mean,
yes,
We're
please.
gonna make
Yeah.
we're gonna make that sentence longer. How about the skills gap metric?
I don't know what the gap is right now.
I think it's 7% based on the latest data that I have seen. I don't know how old those data are though.
I think it's, oh, I see it in the information you sent us before. So 7% as of 2018 is this National Skills Coalition baseline number. Any thoughts on that one?
What does that mean? I didn't understand the 7% of what? Like, what's the gap?
I think that it is a measure of unfilled roles, essentially unfillable roles, I should say, that employers have jobs that they cannot find qualified employees to fill.
I am unsure if we will be able to close a skills gap by a certain year because that skills gap continues to change with jobs and the new innovation and technology. So to say you're going to close the skills gap will definitely be unattainable as industries change.
Especially if the goal is always moving. It's hard to fill that gap.
It's a moving target.
Yeah.
It could be jobs unfilled, percentage of jobs unfilled.
Yeah.
Or we will.
Is that skills related necessarily?
Probably mostly is, yes.
Okay.
But, that's just a thought. How many jobs? We want to fill Tennessee jobs with Tennessee citizens. It would play any of our citizens. That's not just when somebody's in high school or college. That's just a thought to consider there.
Does that also speak to those, like the adults that are not currently in a
right
high growth opportunity?
I would think so.
I would add that right now our unemployment rates are probably lower than they have been in many, many, many years, but there are so many jobs that are unfilled. And that continues to change based on the jobs. We're training people right now for jobs that have not even been created yet. That will change, that will open just next year. I'm thinking about IT.
Yeah.
Just saying 100%, we're going to close the skills gap. And I know we want to be innovative and we want to do the best that we can, but I just think saying that we're going to close the skills gap for high demand jobs or in demand jobs, I don't know if that's the right terminology. We want to do something, of course, but I don't know if we'll be able to close that skills gap.
Yeah, I think Todd just posted a message. Maybe do we want to take out number 12? As we
It
don't,
may be
since we
well
haven't
enough
even started.
covered. It may be well enough covered by 11 if we're imagining that we're aiming to hit the percentage of credentials that are aligned to what we think the projected demand is.
Okay. Any objection to removing 12 since we believe the demand, our 2080 by, no, not 2080.
I don't
Our
want to object to
80%
it.
by 2030?
I don't want to object to it. I would like the commissioners maybe just to think about something in preparation for our next meeting. And that it stuck with me in our last in-person meeting when the Commissioner of Labor came and said that I think it was Caucasian men were only working at like a 64% rate. When we asked him what were they doing, and he said nothing good. And it just begs the question: how can we attract this demographic and others back to the workforce? Maybe there's some way the post-secondary education, the what's it called, the non-traditional learner, maybe there's a way we can attract those people back to college or TCAT. I'm not, it doesn't seem like an easy answer, but maybe something for us to think about.
Yeah, and we still have, it'd be interesting to see what happens with Tennessee Reconnect, which is for age 26 and above, if memory serves. I know Lou just dropped off, but I think it's, people would have kind of essentially aged out of the being able to use Tennessee Promise and graduating from a 4-year school. Be interesting to see how that changes in a couple of years after the pandemic is gone and people have stopped working at Chick-fil-A for $20 an hour. And they realize that, oh, wait, I have something else. I need something else to do in my life.
$22.
22, sorry, yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing a couple other folks agreeing around taking 12 out. We're going to amend 11, remove 12.
This is Glenn. I'm just sensitive that we're taking things out that relate to our new charter of going to career. So I'll just be mindful of that. If I would expect somebody would ask us along the way, well, show me what you're doing. What initiatives are tied to your new charter of career? So maybe we look for others. If there's agreement with that, maybe we take 12 out and find something else that we can tie to, like engagement of mentors, career people as mentors or something like that.
I think you bring up a good point, Glenn. I would encourage all of us to go back and look at the recommendations that we had already laid out under streamline post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning, because we have a lot. And if you look at across all of those, if the ultimate goal is to be able to hopefully have people stepping into lifelong learning opportunities, but also being able to fill the jobs that exist in the state that require some sort of post-secondary degree or certificate, if we really are thinking that 80% of our jobs are going to do that, I wonder if by changing number 11 to include the 80% of Tennesseans, I wonder if you're looking at the recommendations that we've already laid out, if that's enough, or if we need other ones to support that level of goal.
So if I were an employer here, are you saying to me under number 11 that we will provide we'll meet 80% of the skills for 80% of the jobs? So that's 20% are going to go unfilled by Tennesseans.
No, what we're talking about rephrasing that is by 2030, 80% of Tennesseans will hold a post-secondary degree or certificate, because that's what's supposedly that is needed in the marketplace. but keeping in by 2025, 55% of the Tennesseans will hold a post-secondary degree or certificate. I agree with Lou. I think that's a really heavy lift. But right now we have the opportunity to be aspirational. And the way we're thinking about redesigning high school and being able to support post-secondary at different levels and help support students, it's doable. But I don't know whether that's answering your question in regards to the jobs. I feel like it is, but
I guess I just don't follow that logic that would get to that question. So Frank and his business that he runs there, is he assuming those certificates are not what he needs, something he's going to have 20% of his jobs go unfilled by Tennesseans.
as we understand it, 80% of the jobs in Tennessee require some sort of post-secondary degree or certificate.
Right.
And what we were talking about tweaking number 11 to say by 2030, just as the metric I just shared, that 80% of the Tennesseans will hold a post-secondary degree or certificate, because by 2030, 80% of the jobs will require a post-secondary degree or certificate. Am I rephrasing? Am I saying that back the same way Lou mentioned it? Can someone just correct me?
Yes.
Yes.
80% of the jobs require the credential. So we're saying that 80% of the working age adults would have the credential, and therefore the number of credentials in the market and the number of jobs requiring credentials would match.
And 20% of the jobs do not require a credential or degree.
Right. Yes. Thank you. That's helpful. This is a really high bar. Like, this would be best in class, best in the country,
We can
best
do
prepared
this.
workforce in the universe.
Or Tennessee. We can totally do this. Again, glass half full, super positive.
There's a huge movement towards certificates. I don't know if everybody's recognizing that. So that means that a lot of people are going to have certificates, and that's all a lot of jobs require. So it'll work out great.
All right. I think we're good. I think we know what to do. We'll bring it back if we need to talk about it some more. And I think Glenn will capture the career counseling piece in the high school metrics. And we'll talk more specifically about those recommendations when we meet next time as well, so we can make sure to line those things up.
Just quickly, we didn't talk about innovation. I just want to share, I did meet with the executive director of one of our accelerators, and very interested in ideas that we might have that they could incubate. More importantly, near term, they're looking, Yolanda, you're probably already working on this. They're looking at putting a program together around trades. So the idea would be that people that wanted to start a business based on breaking out of their current business, they want to start up another business, or they have a unique product and service that they'd like to leverage that into a separate business. They're looking to have programs together around the trades. So I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Thank you for that, Glenn. I do want to make sure very quickly, Jennifer, that we cover off on what's here's 13 and 14, because I do want to make sure we have any sort of feedback, because we're not gonna vote or finalize these today. We're gonna have another chance to review these next time we gather. So can we walk through those very quickly, please?
Yeah. So under the priority strength and alignment across K-12 post-secondary and workforce systems, by 2030, Tennessee's K-12 post-secondary and workforce systems will be aligned on which agency is accountable for the goals outlined here, and we'll have a process in place to track progress. So this was a little bit of an end run around the push to connect these metrics to specific agency owners within the state, which is hard to do because the recommendations affect different agencies differently. But to place the responsibility for measuring that across the systems.
Any comments on this one?
I feel like we could push the timeline here. All we're asking for is a plan. My 2 cents.
Yeah, to me, I just don't know whether, I don't know how to answer this. It's not sitting well with me for some reason, and I'm not being very good at vocalizing what that would be.
Yeah, we struggled to think of a metric of like what would an aligned system look like that isn't captured by all the other things. I think, in theory, if we have a well-aligned, highly functioning system across K-12, post-secondary, and workforce, then all these other things that we've been talking about today are true. And so in some ways, all these other metrics are also metrics of how well aligned and coordinated the system is.
I agree with that. Yep.
Who would be responsible for this plan?
That is a great question that I do not know the answer to, but we're asking them to tell people who is responsible for what in the plan.
And I would say
it's very circular.
yeah. I mean, if it's 2030, I think is way too far down the pipeline there. I would say, some sort of accountability piece in place in the next couple of years, but that could be a little bit too fast. The idea that Excel and Ed came up with earlier is a legislative working group. Maybe it is a education working group where you actually have a leader, or someone like a facilitator. Nathan can facilitate everybody. Nathan and Lou. We can just assign Nathan and Lou to facilitate the educational working group.
I second that emotion.
I'm sure the General Assembly and the governor's office would love that.
Yes, Nathan is it, and IT at the same time.
Okay,
So
do we want to take, go ahead.
I think the concept is there, and I guess I'm struggling personally on how to think about it. So leave it as is, I would say, for right now.
Okay, we'll leave
Unless
it the way
there's
it
any
is for
objection.
him, other than elevating Nathan to being in charge,
Right,
which I'm
yes.
seeing a lot of enthusiasm for in the chat as well. New job, Nathan.
May I put out for consideration the addition of one more metric?
In that section?
I'm not sure where to put it, Tara. That's why I waited to the end. It would be something like Tennessee teachers rank Tennessee to be, or teachers rank Tennessee to be in the, I don't know, Tennessee is ranked in the top 10% most favorable places to work for for teachers. The basic gist of it is that teachers want to move to Tennessee. They want to work in Tennessee. It's rated as a good place to work for teachers. I mean, a strategy to do that might be to just pay them more, but we all know that there are different ways to incentivize to have people like their work. But I think some type of metric like teachers rank Tennessee as a very favorable place to work. And I'm sorry, I'm not wording that better right now, but
So
something along those lines.
sometimes, Chris, I use the phrase Tennessee is the #1 place for teachers to want to live and work.
There you go. Love it. Yep. Thanks, Tara.
So no problem. I'm here for. I'm just
I
reading
want to call you when I need to make an announcement here at the hospital.
I do want to. I would like to something for us to come back to, Chris. I do want to make sure we cover off on this last metric if we can, since we have it here in regards to the innovation.
Yes.
I'd love to hear any comments on this. I was challenged a little bit with the dollar symbol, but I would love to hear perspective or thoughts.
Didn't the administration's budget also include money for local innovation?
Yeah, I think it was a $250 million. I think I'm elevating that a little bit. There's a very large grant chunk for innovating high schools, if I'm not mistaken. There could be separate ones.
I bet we could plug that in.
Nathan, last time I looked, there was monies that hadn't even been spent that was authorized in past sessions around innovation. High zones, innovation, yeah. So you might want to look at that.
Yeah, I think this one needs to be rethought in regards to what's already happening.
Well, and I think we have some more conversation to have around innovation as well.
do.
That was an area that you all have done some additional work on, and we've got some proposals for you to consider and discuss.
Yes,
So we can table this one if we want for now.
I
And come
suggest
back
we
to
do
it.
that.
Okay. All right. We got through a lot, and this has been a very good discussion. I don't think we should move into the next part of the content since we have 6 minutes left in our scheduled time, and I think more than 6 hours on Zoom is probably covered by the Geneva Convention. So want to let you all go. I think we have some marching orders in terms of next steps. We will revise these metrics and get them back to you. I think we also need to talk about March 4th if we're going to change the format of that meeting to an in-person meeting. So Chair Scarlett, we'll follow up with you this week, and we'll reach out to commissioners to get input on that and availability to make sure that that is possible if that's something that we want to do. But what we will be bringing back to you March 4th is a rich content discussion, similar to what we did in July and August, but not quite so intense, I promise, to think about if there are additional recommendations for the Year 3 report on some of the topics that we've provided content for. And we have a list of homework, and we'll respond to your questions and requests for follow-up information in the next couple weeks, including a summary of this meeting, which we will get to you next week.
Nathan, did you have a comment?
I was just going to tell you, talking about me being the IT person, I'm just thanking God for Elizabeth sitting through this and doing all the other things that she's doing. And Casey has reserved us a room at the Davy Crockett Tower, which I believe is the one that's set up appropriately for live streaming and set up like a committee room. It hasn't been available to us in the past. I need to confirm that it is definitely the right one. But we'll certainly have that conversation. And if things remain the way they have been at that building, I ought to have no trouble getting people parking as far as that goes and so on. So made some progress on it, although my brain is fried as usual.
Yes. Well, with that, I will again reiterate the appreciation and gratitude that we have for you, Nathan, and your team, and Elizabeth and Lou, and Jennifer, you and Paul, and the rest of the team, even the next generation of kids. Like, thank you so much. I cannot tell you, we would not be where we are today without the support of all of you. And I will speak for everyone, so grateful for your support and your dedication to this initiative. I'm just thank you. We've had a lot to digest today. We had, between Propel America, ExcelinEd, and WGU, we'll have more opportunities to meet with people in the future. That has been our mission, and we have consistently said from the very beginning that we wanted to learn from those that are in the front lines, and that is exactly what we are doing. And so, again, thank you very much. I will just a reminder that we have our 2022 meeting scheduled. Jennifer's mentioned this. I will mention it again. Please put these on your calendar. March 4th, April 29th, and June 10th. All of them are super, super important as we are finishing out this year. And again, thank you for your time today. I'm sure, like many of you, are just ready to get off of Zoom. So I hope you all have a fantastic weekend, and we will see you in a few weeks. Oh, and happy Valentine's Day to all of you. Sharing the love. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.